And we're live. Hello, everybody. I haven't done this in a little while. I think some things work. I think some things don't. It's gonna be a fun time. Anyway, because we are watching 1997 Daytona. We are starting the 1997 season. And Dad worked both Busch and Cup alternatively throughout the whole season, and it's been a lot for me to like research and sort it out enough to hit the live button. But I think I got it pretty much squared away, and the best place to start is the very first Daytona race. Now, my dad was with a team that doesn't qualify, but he is only with that team, I want to say, for one more week, and then he goes into other endeavors. But for right now, we will start with Daytona. I was here in person. I was with the QVC car at this time, but I wasn't working. I was just there as the wife of the truck driver and cook and whatever they all do that drive trucks, which depends on what team. Sometimes they cook, sometimes they are part of the crew that have a CDL, sometimes they are inventory control manager, which was kind of like what my ex did. But anyway, that's all boring. Let's go racing. And I'm a little green, so bear with me. We got this. Daytona pole qualifying, and when my dad shows up, I'll point him out.
Awesome. Totally tough. Bad mother.
That's it.
Super Bowl.
Big and fun.
Go fast.
Keep both fingers crossed.
Half crazy to go fast. Very exciting. Big time awesome. Terrifying. Intense.
No words, just pressure. ESPN2 Speed World welcomes you to continuing unprecedented coverage of Speedweeks 97. Today, for the first time in history, live coverage of NASCAR Winston Cup Busch pole qualifying. Daytona International Speedway is cloudy, occasionally rainy. Qualifying has not started yet. When we do get underway, we'll determine only the front row starters for the 500 a week from tomorrow. Starting spots 3 through 30 go to those who finish up front in the twin 125 qualifying races. If you are not among those, then qualifying speed is used for positions 31 through 38, provisional spots based upon last year's points, and then if there's a champion that hasn't made the group, he will start in 43rd position. Lots of stories down on pit road. Here's Bill Weber.
Well, Bob, 2 minutes, 2 laps, 1 chance at the pole. In the last 24 hours here at Daytona, even the mighty have struggled. Fresh faces have forced familiar front runners to the rear of the field. You know, during the offseason, all these teams worked hard, building cars, dynoing engines, testing springs and shocks. Now, some have come here with a new look, but most have come here with a new attitude. Now we have 50 cars lined up, ready to go in qualifying. What's the most important piece of equipment these teams will use this afternoon? It's the telephone, so they can call their multi-million-dollar sponsor and tell them how they did in the first round of qualifying.
That was high-tech
For
then.
some very strong teams, that
Mine
may be
was
a
in a
very
bag
difficult
with a
phone call.
wire.
But for one team, it will be very simple. We're on the pole for the biggest, greatest race our series runs, the Daytona 500. And what will those multi-million-dollar sponsors see first? Well, they'll see Ernie Irvan go out and lead this field into qualifying, just like you're going to see. But you're not going to see it for a few minutes because it continues to drizzle right now here at Daytona. Ernie Irvan is the first man out. He'll be followed by Dick Trickle. They're sitting here conversing. And Ernie, you just went out in the pace car. How's the track?
Still a little bit wet, you know, especially wet down in 3 and 4. So, you know, they're definitely going to go around it one more time and maybe twice, and we'll go out and check it again.
Fastest in the final practice session. Was your lap clean, sir?
No, it wasn't. yeah, we didn't want to do that. We don't want to be the fastest guy, but you know, it just so happens that we were trying to make sure we had a qualifying run and trying to make sure that we could run enough to find out how hot the motor would get. So we had to stay in it, and you know, we didn't want to run that fast, and I don't think we can run that fast. So, you know, hopefully we'll be able to run a little bit slower than that, but that'll be good.
When you put in the time, your first time, your qualifying time here, you go first. This could take 2.5 hours. If you put up a good lap, what's that going to be like to wait?
Don't really matter.
Okay,
I did everything I could do.
Elements working
Yeah, it was a
out.
big build-up, but you know, it's like it doesn't really matter if the next guy beats me or you know, my teammate Dale Jarrett beats me. It's you know, we did everything we can do for the time we had, and you know, I feel like you know, all the guys on the Texaco Avalon Ford have done a great job. So you know, hopefully it'll be good enough.
And the 28 is fast, and so is the 88.
Yeah, they are. You know, and that just shows you that Robert and you know, everybody in the engine shop and in the chassis shop and the body shop have done an unbelievable job, you know, because, you know, there'd be nothing better than to have a Robert Yates front row.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Ernie Irvin goes out first when we go. Hopefully that won't be too long from now. Right now, let's go up to our host, Bob Jenkins.
Skies are much brighter than they were a few minutes ago, so it won't be too long before the official 1997 NASCAR Winston Cup season gets underway. And I guess there's both good news and bad news in that statement.
Well, that's exactly right. The crews have been working all winter just waiting for this moment to start the 1997 season. Folks, this is very, very exciting. That's the good news. The bad news is the season has started. Because they really won't have a weekend off for some of them for months.
There's both good news and bad news for many of those drivers waiting down into qualifying, Ed.
Well, there is.
There's also one thing that I don't know if fans realize. Back then, they don't do it now. I don't know if they do it as extensive, but we had 2 weeks, like 2 full weeks of practice for Daytona back then. So in addition to the teams being here for 2 weeks for Speedweeks, we also had to be there like sometime in January, I want to think, and there were 2 weeks apart. There was a week and then a couple of weeks, and then you go back again, or maybe 2 weeks in a row. I really can't remember. It's that far back, but I used to go for a couple of seasons and just time cars for Dad sitting on pit road. It was just practice. The cars were all in primer. It was kind of really cool. And, you know, they'd Bondo things and be adjusting. And it was like, there's got to be tapes of it out there somewhere. That would be really cool to see. But that was exciting to be there for that part of it. The test weeks before we ever got here to the competing. Just something I happen to remember.
Bob, and looking at the practice speeds yesterday and here this morning, it looks like there may be a half a dozen or maybe 7 or 8 that might have a legitimate shot at winning the pole here today. Well, what difference does it make then to all the others? It makes a big difference. You want to get as good a qualifying speed as you possibly can. Most of the time, if you're in the top 24 or 25 in speeds, that will get you in the Daytona 500 if you have problems in the 125-mile qualifying race. So they need to prepare those cars and make a good lap, get as good a speed as they can possibly get here today.
Ernie Irvin will be the first out. Dick Trickle, who has been very fast in the practice, will be second. Loy Allen has run well. Then Ward Burton, Rick Mass, Terry Labonte, the series defending champion.
My
Bobby Hillin ran
ex
fast
was with
yesterday. Had some
the number
problems today.
7.
Steve Grissom, Kyle Petty, Darrell Walton.
My dad
Greg
was
Speed,
with
John
the
Andretti, who was the
91
fastest
this race.
in preseason testing, and has
We were
also been
QVC
running well
and
here
Dad
in
was
the
with
past couple
the
of days.
91
Then Jeff
Spam
Bodine and
Mike
Ricky Rudd
was.
will round out the top 15 qualifiers in just a few moments.
Ever seen Mike Skinner, Benson? Mike Skinner, one of the fastest Chevrolets here, the team car to Earnhardt. And we'll go down and find Sterling Marlin back in 22nd spot. Always runs well here in Daytona. Earnhardt.
Just to recap, I had finished up with 1996, and Dad had been with several teams, and anyway, I have to go back. I don't want to confuse what I've got in my mind for 97 to be riding. But 96, he was with ST Motorsports for some time. And I believe till the end of the year, all but Homestead. And then he was working for let me see. I'm not sure if he was like on this deal or what, but anyway, yeah, he's with Mike Wallace. I don't know the time frame between the switchover from ST to Mike Wallace's team, but he'll only be there 2 weeks. There was an infraction with a chassis that he was told to purchase. The chassis was quote unquote marked. Robert Black walked up to it, and it was a known chassis to not be legal. And my dad had no idea about all that, and he quit that day because of all that shenanigans. And that's one thing he's always said is no compromises on cheating for him. He always wanted to beat people with innovation, being with them with the rule book, and just setting up the car better or making the car go faster via gears. He didn't have a lot of say in the motor as such, and anytime he overstepped in that area, it seemed to cause conflict, especially when he got to Cup. It never was a problem in mods. I mean, you all work together. But in Cup, like, the engine people have their deal, chassis people have their deal, and neither do the two cross, that kind of thing. But yeah, that's kind of one of the things that is probably a little bit different being in the bigger series, is there's more competition, not only for driving, but for crew positions. And it's nasty. It's not nice. But everyone's searching for that combination, that winning combination where it gels. We always call it like that team gels, or something like that. But anyway, enough jabber. I'll let you watch it.
In 27th, Bill Elliott been struggling back in 28th spot, and Robbie Gordon coming from the kart at PPG circuit to the NASCAR.
Lots of cars here to qualify today. Bobby Labonte, who was on a pole streak towards the end of the 1996 season, will go off 31st. And you can see Mark Martin is way down there in 45th place. And there at the end of the list, have some good cars there, Bob.
Yes, for sure. Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett have been the fastest two drivers the last two practice sessions. And so we may have to wait until late in the afternoon to determine who's going to be on the pole for this year's race. Dr. Jerry Punch is also with us this afternoon on Pit Road.
Thanks, Bob, and hello, everyone. last year we played a song all year long, something to the effect that you can't win the race if first you don't qualify. Well, here at Daytona, you can't qualify if first you don't satisfy. Now, we're talking about satisfying NASCAR inspection. Behind me, the line begins. This is the first of 18 inspection stations that NASCAR will have for each and every car. The car going through right now, Kenny Wallace. Now, Mike Dolan standing here with a creeper in his hand. He is the very first inspector that they will see. And what Dolan will do is get on that creeper and climb beneath the car to make sure that the shock absorbers have been taken loose so the car can roll into the station number 2. Now, station number 2 here, where the real tree car of Dave Marcus is just now finishing up, that is being called affectionately the Room of Doom.
Shortly
now,
into
what that
the
means
season.
is that's where they will lower the 75-pound weights on the left
the
and right
reason
rear
I
of the
know
car
he's not
to
with
see
him,
if the car will actually flex or squat.
Actually
going to
be in the next few frames to the left
springs in it.
in a spam shirt from Mike Wallace. So he's watching inspection, and I will point him out and stop the camera right when he shows up.
Taking fuel samples, checking the carburetor, and the final station is right over here. 18.
Oops, stop. This is my spam crew from the year before. That's Scott. This is the best spotter I've ever heard in my life, and he is Lake Speed spotter. I hope he still is in motorsports. I don't know where him and Kristen ended up. This is Sam, been with Lake forever. Jack Man at the time. What a crew. But anyway, that was 96. We're going to 97.
Final, where they will check the roof height of the car.
97. Okay.
Where they will check the roof height of the car coming
My
through.
dad
That
is
the
somewhere
car
here watching this
of Jeremy
inspection
Mayfield.
stuff.
They come
That's
through
why
the
I
roof
was
sticks.
slowing it
And
down.
now the NASCAR officials will go to the back of the car and the front of the car, and they will pop rivet a piece on the back of the car. That is, if the car cleared inspection. Apparently the 37 car did not clear inspection, so he will not stop here. He will go back and get in the rear of the line and
That
come
old
through
Spam Cruise
once
with the
again.
37.
18 stations, about 2 minutes a station, a thorough examination. You have to get through here before you ever get a chance to even get out there where Bill Weber was standing to get a chance to qualify.
Well, that kid's car.
Terry Labonte's car was the first through inspection, I guess, after the practice this morning. His car was wheeled out about noon, 2 hours before qualifying was scheduled to begin.
And Jeremy Mayfield, the car that looked like it did not make it through inspection, is scheduled to be the 51st car out to qualify Saturday. So he's got plenty of time to correct whatever problem he had.
Well,
wildlife
the sun
all the time, and
is popping out occasionally. There is Lake Lloyd in the infield here at Daytona International Speedway. The jet dryers and the trucks remain out there, getting up the last little bit of moisture before we run for the pole position for the Daytona 500.
I saw an alligator the other day that was not little. About 7 feet away from me below
Welcome
the
back to Daytona, where we're awaiting the start of bush pole qualifying.
And that's not the Atlantic Ocean.
We don't feed them at all.
That is Lake Lloyd in the infield. They dug out that lake so they could build the banks here at Daytona. And the Budweiser blimp and its eye-in-the-sky camera are proud to provide you with these live shots, hovering about 1,000 feet over Daytona International Speedway. Thank you, guys. Skies still continue to brighten, and things are looking much better than they were about a half hour ago. And Bill Weber is standing by with Loy Allen.
The 7 car.
And Loy's talking it over with his crew. Obviously, no fun waiting, huh?
Yeah, I guess the rain, no one likes to stand at a racetrack in the rain, so it's a little bit hard for everyone just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Okay, how about the pole, Mr. Allen? You know how to get there. You've been there before.
I think, these guys, did a great job, and I think we had a good practice this morning, and we'll see how it goes a little bit later on. Of course, came in a new sponsor, Child Support Recovery, and they're doing a good job for us. And these guys did a good job testing, so we'll have to wait and see.
You didn't answer my question. Can you win the pole?
I think that the car has got the potential to do that. I think we'll just have to wait and see how we go out and see, how the rain affects everyone. If the air gets real thick, see how the engines run. But, the car is definitely there. We got good horsepower. Mark Smith came back with a lot of horsepower during the race, more than we had when we tested. So, the car's got it. We'll just have to see what happens.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted. Good luck, Lloyd.
Thank you.
Hadn't been too long since
it took me a little longer. All my settings were messed up, and I had spring cleaned my room.
I believe it was.
Like one part of it. The other part's a
he's
disaster.
Very, very well in the practice so far here today.
I knocked my camera out.
Let's take a look at this Daytona International Speedway. There's the front stretch. We saw the grandstands. There's 1 and 2, turns 1 and 2. They're banked 31 degrees. These turns are here at Daytona International Speedway. These cars will run almost 190 miles per hour, and it never backing off the accelerator.
Hold her wide open if you have to back off. You're not going to win the pole here. Of course, this is the back stretch coming off of turn 2, and
I have a light
the
in my
wrecker headed down the back stretch,
itself.
headed towards the beach. Really, that
actually causing that glare.
back stretch runs along with the runway of one of the
It'll go away
strips here, and going into turn 3. And that also banked 31 degrees.
And folks, I tell you what, the first time you come here, doesn't matter how fast you're going, 160, 170, 180 miles per hour. It's so hard to hold that accelerator down, going down in these corners, because most of the drivers come from quarter mile,
I don't know nothing about it.
You back off, hit the brakes, and you're just not accustomed to going in there wide open.
Yeah, we're
are you
focusing
racing?
towards turn 4 there right now. Now there's a tunnel right along there about where that yellow truck, the second one, comes out through there. And the first time I remember coming here and drove through that tunnel, then you just look to the left a little bit, and there is that awesome
Since it's a rain delay, I'll tell you.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
We've had quite a morning.
Very scary,
the simple things. You have your nice little papers, and you've got to go have blood drawn on you fast and everything.
For years and years, you come off that corner, you had to be square when you came off that corner, because
you make your
crash otherwise.
You go there,
I can tell you all about
tell you that this particular doctor, even
Let me
though
show you a
your
little bit about what's happened with inspection this year. Now, in years past, teams have put
does not
light springs in the car,
honor
talking about springs of 175 pounds, 200 pound rating. Now, what 175 or 200 pound means is that if you put this spring in a raider, a spring raider, you have to put 200 pounds of pressure on the spring to depress it 1 inch. That's what 200 pounds means.
We got to go again in the morning.
Means you got to put 400 pounds of weight to depress this spring 1 inch. Now, in years past, teams have used 175 pound spring in the left rear, maybe 200 pound spring in the right rear, go out to qualify, and the back of the car would squat.
It's
the
normal
whole back
drama.
of the car would drop maybe 5, 6
just the one
inches,
that don't
thus
crack
taking
up
the spoiler
wins.
down out of the wind. Well, NASCAR said we're not going to have that anymore. When the cars squat, they scrape the racetrack, they're real unstable, they're dancing around.
Very interesting. I like chassis stuff.
Custom going in there wide open.
Yeah, we're focusing towards turn 4 there right now. Now, there's a tunnel right along there about where that yellow truck, the second one, comes out through there. And the first time I remember coming here and drove through that tunnel, then you just look to the left a little bit, and there is that awesome bank. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Scary.
Very scary, intimidating. And also that bump where the tunnel goes under the racetrack that created a bump there. For years and years, you come off that corner, you had to be square when you came off that corner because you'd crash otherwise, as I can tell you all about.
Now let's back down to Jerry.
Let me show you a little bit about what's happened with inspection this year. Now, in years past, teams have put light springs in the car, talking about springs of 175 pound, 200 pound rating. Now, what 175 or 200 pound means is that if you put this spring in a raider, a spring raider, you have to put 200 pounds of pressure on the spring to depress it 1 inch. That's what 200 pounds means. A 400 pound spring means you got to put 400 pounds of weight to depress this spring 1 inch. Now, in years past, teams have used a 175 pound spring in the left rear, maybe a 200 pound spring in the right rear, go out to qualify, and the back of the car would squat. The whole back of the car would drop maybe 5, 6 inches, thus taking the spoiler down out of the wind. Well, NASCAR said we're not going to have that anymore. When the cars squat, they scrape the racetrack, they're real unstable, they're dancing around. We don't want that anymore. We're going to legislate that out by hanging weight on the side of the car so the car can only squat 3/8 of an inch at inspection. However, some of the teams have figured out a way maybe to get around that. Here's what they have done. Now, I told you this spring is rated 200 pounds. That's how much weight it takes to depress it 1 inch. But if you depress the spring 1 inch and then depress it a 2nd inch, it'll take almost 400 pounds to move it the second time. So if you still put the little bitty spring in the car, but yet you preload it, meaning you make it a taller spring, say 16 inches, so you put it in the bucket and it's preloaded 1 inch down. Then they hang the weights on the car and try to depress it another inch. It'll take 400 pounds to depress it. But once you get on the racetrack and the car starts bouncing, that spring goes back to a 200-pound spring and will let the back of the car flex down, and thus the speed returns. Some of the teams have figured that out. Let's go to Bill Weber.
Well, this is the spoiler on Ward Burton's MBNA Pontiac, and that's used to measure the spoiler angle. Right now, it should say 45 degrees. It just turned on, and it does. If it's more than that, then you're in trouble. You could go to 60 if you want to, but I don't think you'd want to. But 45 degrees is where you want to be. Obviously, if you put the weight on the back here of this tool, this is 18 pounds, and that basically serves as the force that the wind will use to push this spoiler back. So with this 18-pound weight, you basically simulate the car running, and then you get the 45-degree spoiler angle, and Ward is still perfectly legal.
That seems like a simple solution, don't you think?
He's standing here on pit road.
To what
and
they
he's
did
talking
this
to Rick
week,
Mast,
my
two guys
God.
that are anxious to get out and qualify. And we'll get a word first with you, Mr. Burton. Obviously, this is, tell me how your first day or so has gone down here.
Well, the Busch Class car is about middle of the road. It's running pretty good. Tell you, all my guys in the MBNA team worked awful hard this year. They worked 3 months on these two cars, but we still can't seem to get up to speed for 2 laps. I don't know where it's at, but we got to go back home and try to figure it out again.
Okay, you're discussing things here with Rick Mast, who's made a move to the 75 Remington Arms car. How about your ride, sir?
How much does it pull down?
Man. Got a new sponsor,
that
Remington,
is like
new team,
so.
Busch Mock, new owner. Looking forward to it.
What a simple tool to avoid
a little bit behind the 8 ball.
such
guys worked hard, though.
amount of grief.
I told them, I said, we need 2 things at Daytona, and this is true. You got to have a decent lap on qualifying day, and then
I
get
mean,
the
they
car
work
where you
their
stay
butt
wide
off,
open
man.
for Thursday and
I
Sunday.
gotta
If
shut
they can do
that
them
right
two
off. It's
things,
in
we
my
got it made.
eyeballs.
If you make the top 25 today, will you be in the field no matter what you do in the Twins?
Yeah, probably should do it, you know, but I mean, you've seen funny things happen here in the qualifying races. You get taken off. I had to use my speed last year to get in, you know, because we got screwed up in the qualifying race, but this is Daytona. It's our Super Bowl.
You know, the best person you could ever ask about that, and unfortunately he's not here with us anymore, is Elmo Langley. Everybody in the garage could go to Elmo about second round qualifying or what would happen in Daytona, and he always had the answer.
And he is missed, guys.
Very much so. They have named Buster Otten as the replacement for Elmo as the driver of the pace car on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit for 1997. Back with more from Daytona in a moment. Well, the trucks are the only thing on the racetrack at the moment. They are drying the surface, and they are making headway. It is almost dry. We got some jet dryers down in turns 3 and 4, where Ernie told us that it was the worst. And I would imagine that within the next 5 minutes, hopefully, we will get some qualifying underway here. This shower occurred about, what, 1:45, something like that, just before we went on the air and just while everybody was getting keyed up for the big moment.
That is what you're seeing is the jet engine on the back of that pickup that's running, and the exhaust is blowing on the racetrack and drying it off. Hey, all the trucks going on off the racetrack into the infield. So that means that's good news. Pretty soon we're going to be seeing race cars going around the Big D.
Jerry Punt standing by on pit road with Brett Bodine.
This is the 1-year anniversary of Brett Bodine's debut as a car owner in Winston Cup racing. And Brett, that's a year, last year at Daytona, that you want to forget.
Well, that's for sure, Jerry. You know, after the week we had last Speedweeks, yeah, we're struggling here this week, but nowhere near what we went through last year. And that was a tough go of it. Showed what this race team was made of.
Now, you lost the car in the first practice session last year. It burned up basically from a carburetor, a fuel problem in the carburetor. Then you lost the car, destroyed a car in the qualifying race, brought the original race car back. And although you didn't qualify, well, the car raced pretty well.
It really did. During that 500 last year, we started at the back of the pack and got ourselves up into the top 10 a couple times. And we had a great race car, and then we showed it again here in July by qualifying way in the back, 36th, and ended up finishing 8th. So it's a situation where we just don't seem to have a good qualifying combination. We're going to have to race our way into this 500 on Thursday. I feel confident that we can do that. We're just not going to have the speed today. You know, hopefully we can find some more speed, but I'm confident we got a good race package for Thursday.
All right, folks, Close Call is the name of the sponsor. That should sort of sum up his season last year, and particularly here at Daytona Speedweeks. If there was a category for colorful race cars, this guy would probably be at the top of the list. This car has every color in the rainbow on it, which you'll see momentarily in qualifying. Let's go down pit road to Bill Weber.
With the reigning Winston Cup champion, Terry Labonte. Yeah, I shouldn't say reigning, probably, right?
Yeah, it is raining.
Obviously, you should be qualified by now, but you have to sit here and patiently wait. And it hasn't been a great 24 hours or so for you, has it?
Well,
I'm back. I had to run out and ask my son something about the...
just a little bit. We kind of want to get qualifying here out of the way and go to work on our race setup. Hopefully we'll be okay for the race, but we're off a little bit for qualifying.
Yeah, you said you don't know why, and obviously if you knew why, you'd be faster.
Yeah, we'd fix it, but we've got a good car, and I know we've got a good engines and everything, and I don't know, we just can't seem to get as much speed out of it as we need for qualifying.
So what's a successful effort for you here? Obviously inside the top 25?
Oh, if I could be in the top 20, I'd be happy right now, but it's going to be close.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
Terry Labonte, that is not Terry Labonte's race car.
Today,
what is that, a Chevy? Old Chevy?
Some Camaro, isn't it?
Is it? Yeah.
It's like a Camaro painted up just like Terry Labonte's race car.
Got it morning like we did. You wouldn't care how you looked.
The weather breaks and the track is dry and we're allowed to go onto the racetrack, and we anticipate that happening in just a matter of moments.
But anyway, we were talking about this week in real life
Ernie
race.
Irvin is in his car, and
Whereas
we are
this is
less than a minute away
1997.
from starting qualifying.
And
Busch
we were
Pole
discussing
qualifying for the
that
1997
spoiler hanger they
Daytona
just showed that
500.
hung 18 pounds off the
The
back.
rain has moved out,
But there's a
and
huge
clouds
story
remain over
all
the
about
racetrack, but nevertheless the track
the
is dry and
spoiler
we're almost set to go.
disqualification
Ernie
this
qualified on
weekend
the
for
outside pole last year. Of course, Dale Earnhardt won the pole
RFK,
for
and
the
there's a
Daytona 500
statement
in
my
1996.
son
Ernie
just
was
told
on the
me out
outside.
there, so we'll look at that after. As Ryan Preach, as you know, is our modified alma mater. Okay, we're qualifying finally.
Ernie Irvin should give us a very, very good
Give me a break,
indication just what it's
and I
going to
won't
take to
have
be
to
on the pole.
talk.
He was the fastest in practice this morning. However, you heard him say that it was not a clean lap. That is maybe he got some drafting help from somebody. So he perhaps doesn't think he can take the pole position, but you never know what's going to happen.
As a matter of fact, this morning he said he ran 189.869 miles per hour and 47.40. But once again, he said he was getting some help.
Down the long backstretch, Dale Earnhardt's pole speed last year was 189.510, 47.491. Ernie Irvin into the banking up between turns 3 and 4. Here he comes off of the corner.
The sound back then.
Mark Reno. Let's take over for Larry McReynolds, who moved on to Dale Earnhardt's Goodwrench Chevy.
And the green flag is out. Ernie Irvin is on the clock and on his first of 2 laps of qualifying, and we'll probably see the second lap faster than the first for the most part because these engines need that much to get up to speed.
They do, with the restrictions NASCAR puts on the carburetor restrictor plates. It does take them a full lap to get up to speed.
Last year we saw the back of the car would really squat down like Jerry Punch was talking about with those soft springs. This year they're maintaining more or less the same silhouette they take off on pit road.
Here he comes into the tri-oval area to complete lap number 1.
Doug Gates, closest to us, his father Robert.
He's got himself a good lap here, fellas, on the first lap. Normally they pick up 0.2 to 0.25 of a second on their second lap. And if he does that, he's going to have a good lap. Good qualifying speed.
188.159, a 47.832 second lap. Ernie Irvin, of course, was the winner of the Daytona 500 in 1991. He finished 35th in the race last year. Here he is once again off the 4th corner and looking for the checkered flag to complete the run.
If he can pick up a quarter of a second, he's going to be down in the 50 bracket. He didn't pick up that much, I don't believe.
So Ernie Irvin completes qualifying. It's going to be an awfully good time.
And it's a 188.826 mile an hour lap. And Bill's with Robert Yates.
And right now we just finished talking to Ernie. Well, you're on the pole for now. How does that measure up, Robert? How will that stand?
Well, if everybody else do something wrong. But no, that's not going to be near the pole, I don't believe. But you know, we had to be first out. We didn't get to judge off anybody else. We're a little bit. I guess we got to be happy with that. That's really what we ran in clean air this morning.
Is your 88 car a legitimate threat for the pole, Robert? Is the 88 a legitimate threat for the pole?
Well, again, you know, here he had cars on the track 6 seconds ahead of him. 6 seconds ahead of him gave us 3/10 this morning. So
Dick
but
Trickle,
now it's going to
maybe?
be. We're going to find out what they got now.
All right, that's Robert Yates, 90 car, Dick Trickle on the track.
Yes, indeed. And Dick Trickle
I was
ran a
there. I was pretty sure.
188.332 yesterday, putting him third
Well, I
on the
was there
speed chart.
that-
Seems a little bit down from that in this morning's
Through
practice.
probably.
Tell you what, that was close. Ernie Irvin was
I was
coasting in
definitely
after
there
his-
for the
his
500,
run.
but I don't know how soon I left
And
from
he
work
actually-
to
Dick
go
Trickle
down,
actually
if I
passed
took a
Ernie
week
on the
or if I
racetrack up
took
in the
1
third,
week.
fourth corner.
48.257,
It's too hard to remember back then.
First lap for Dick Trickle.
What a great
Had
guy.
any effect on him? It should have helped him, if anything. But
He was a great guy.
Let's
He might have had to back off a little bit when he saw that
The
car.
locals in North Carolina
It's
loved him
certainly slower
to
than he
death.
ran this morning and yesterday in practice.
He seems to have a good lap going here.
And Trickle is about to complete the run, and our chief spotter Kevin Clark says he smells something in the air. Could be from the 90 car. Let's see how he does on his second lap. 48.2.
I went to a small little watering hole in Charlotte. My friend took me to back in the mid-90s, I want to say.
923, 187.801.
She used to work there in Dickwood by her grandma shot at the end of the night.
Well, Aaron, you were the first guy out. You were the guinea pig, 47.66.
Nice
not a bad lap.
No, I think it's going to be good. You know, there's no doubt it's probably going to be a good, maybe top 5, maybe top 10. But you know, there's nothing more than we like both Robert Yates cars to be on the front row.
I know this morning people were saying you might have had a little bit of a tow when you ran about 47.40, but by yourself, just 2/10, that's not too bad.
No, it's not. And we did get some tow on that. I'm not going to tease everybody, but I feel like that's a good lap. That's exactly what I said I could run with no tow, you know, with nobody drafting. I felt it was good.
All right, Ernie, congratulations. Well, let's go get the picture taken. So he sets the pace, guys.
And here is a young man who was very fast in the practice, 187.574 in this morning's session. This is Loy Allen, who is turning a 48.066, a 187.243, third quick of the 3 that we have had so far.
My friend was telling me this story, like,
at the moment.
as in the past, like she was probably in her 40s when she told me the story, and it happened more in her 30s, I would say. So it was an old story. But I did get to see the little club and all of that.
Checkered flag waves. Loy Allen from Raleigh, North Carolina has completed his qualifying run. And the second lap for Loy Allen.
So bad.
Puts him in second place, 47.752, a 188.474 for Loy Allen. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Daytona, and welcome all of you who are watching ESPN News. We are live at Daytona International Speedway for Busch Pole qualifying. There is Ward Burton, who just completed his run at 185.607. Ernie Irvan, Loy Allen, Dick Trickle, and Ward Burton are the 4 qualifiers that we have had to this point. Qualifying was delayed slightly because of a rain shower that we had move over the speedway about
Get bored during any part of this. I know Daytona's long.
Is the pole speed at the moment, and trying
up
to
in the back
knock
corner,
that, or better that is
where there's a black and white photo of a 0, and going around clockwise to my picture is kind of in order of some of my dad's career. Across the top is like mods, and then you jump down to
in practice this morning.
That
and Rick Mast has a 185.912 on the first lap. Jerry?
There's IMSA stuff he did in the 80s. And then you go up, it's like into the 90s. And then
the car feels really
on
good.
the
I'll have to hand it to TriStar
bottom,
Motorsports. We
near
came
me
down with a brand new sponsor,
is
Child
some
Sport
of the
Recovery
later
International,
stuff,
and
the late 90s.
these guys worked hard all year
And his
testing,
last
and really had a good
full-time
time. I mean, you always want
was
to be on the pole,
2000.
but we wondered about making the race
But
earlier
he's
in the year.
worked
So this is good
part-time
for us.
ever since.
Talking about a recovery, this man took 10 weeks off last year and came back
Dad
strong.
is
He is recovered completely.
82 or so, or 81 years
Back
old.
in the cockpit and doing a great job. Second
And he
lap
lives
for
nearby.
Rick Mast was a 48.212,
And we've been sorting out 97, and I'm pretty good on it now, so
A lot faster than he
I
ran this
decided
morning.
to go live with 97. I think the last time I streamed was some of the
If
96
you should have trouble in the
stuff.
qualifying race.
And the defending NASCAR Winston Cup champion Terry Labonte is on the speedway at the moment. We would like to point out that there were 51 cars that drew for a qualification attempt today. And the two drivers who have been fastest in the practice, Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett, drew very high numbers. Rusty scheduled to be the 47th out and Dale Jarrett the 49th out. So we could have pole sitting speed late in the afternoon. There you see that car that's painted identically to Terry Labonte's as he completes lap number 1.
Well, he was a little disappointed when he was interviewed down there with the speeds that he's turning, and he'll be disappointed too.
70
First lap, I believe, Bob. However, they have been picking up quite a bit, some more than others on this second lap.
It's so
His
easy to
first
work
lap,
on.
48.427, 185.847.
And that would put him in 5th position so far. Only one car slower than Terry. That would be Ward Burton, but let's see what happens here on lap number 2.
Boy, he was very good in the Daytona 500 last year, and I predict he'll be good again this year. Sometimes they have so much downforce on these cars, they won't run good for a single lap. But in the race, this is a handling racetrack, even as fast as it is, so they can do better in the race than they can on qualifying.
So Terry Labonte completes his qualifying run.
Puts it up a little over 0.2 of a second on his second lap.
Moves him in the 4th spot, 48.153.
I'm back.
186.
I was telling my son about a car race.
And 6 cars have
Oh, you can hardly hear me over the broadcast. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is that better? Better. This way? I forget which way is on and off. And
a good lap on lap number 1. Takes the checkered flag. How'd he do, Ned, on your watch?
According to my watch, he did well. He's on the pole, according to my watch. Let's see what the official is. His first lap was 47.854, 188.072 on his first lap, and he did it, Bob.
How about that?
Test.
Okay,
Okay, that way is louder.
With a 188.072. Bill Weber.
And plus,
Darrell Waltrip, who's waiting to go.
let's see, I can drop this one down. I thought the broadcast was quiet because it was quiet in my ear. Thank you for telling me, because I did turn it up from last time.
77, Bobby Hill, and that's what
Okay.
Well,
Is it better now? Can you hear me now?
I want to have the fastest Chevrolet here. That means we did our homework and we got all out of what we got to work with.
I've got like a screen over here with all my gadgets, and I got this screen with the race, and up here's the camera, so if my eyes go this way,
mighty happy. Good luck. Thanks. Jerry,
it's not yet diagnosed.
I know you would like to have run quicker, 48.153.
Okay. It was quiet in my ears, but that can have a lot to do with my this that I use. I love this little old gadget. Comes off this old speaker system, and I have like I got my own volume. This one's a woofer, and I can turn up all like the bass for my own ears. It don't help you none, but it's really cool, and it gives me longer leash to run around my ears. I love old school stuff too, but man, I need to, Pops, one of these days I gotta sit down and straighten out my stream, because what ended up happening, I finished up the 96, and of course you know who in 96 I ended up contacting. So that's been helping me get fit, so now I'm like, got the Fitbit, and exercising and walking's taking time away from my viewing. Walking's taking time away from my viewing and my streaming. And even though we cut back our talk time, which was like hours a day for a couple months,
they've been sticking with us, giving us the support.
I'm getting more done, put it that way.
I think we're going to have a good year.
Let's go celebrate with the team. Congratulations.
But it's working out great, because we're both pretty independent people. So I enjoy his help with my Fitbit and all that, and everything else is great. You know, it's good to have someone to bounce shit off of. And then
47.651. Second lap.
You know, the racing thing is the biggest thing that I've always had the connection
on the racetrack, having just completed
with people anyway, so I love racing. And racing season just started, so now I'm not depressed no more. I'm like, woohoo! And although this was great, no joke, any of y'all get to work in this, it's great. But it will suck the life out of you. It will take everything you got. You got to work a full-time job on the side, travel out on the weekends, and live out of a suitcase. But that's okay, because it's really cool. But you can't do it forever. And I love the short tracks best because it's not that stressful. It's motorsports without the stress. Well, it's stressful, but it's a different stress. It's a competitive stress. It's an aggressive stress. You know, like wanting to be the best.
Well, this guy hasn't sat in the Winston Cup car since June of 1996.
Now, Daddy worked with him in 95.
Well, it's still off early, but man, I tell you, this Kodiak team is pretty awesome. And you know, we come down and tested the first test, and things went real well. And the guys went back, went to work. Randy and Gail and those guys in the engine department, man, I tell you, they worked extremely hard. And come back to the second test, and we run pretty decent then. We was all happy and all. And yeah, they went back, and this particular engine right here, I think they got it off the dyno Wednesday about noon and put it in the truck, and they headed down here with it. So you know, it's just a lot of effort, you know, not only from our engine shop, but
super person, Steve.
Yeah, I'm just tickled to be involved with Larry and Sue Hendricks, Kodiak, the entire bunch.
Well, Grissom's giving them something to
Met him somewhere.
Yes, he is.
Either at my parents' house or the shop, or I don't know. I know I met him somewhere, like not at a race.
There are the 11 qualifiers.
But we all lived in the same town too, and they still do. And I need to get a connection to where I can put this RV I'm sitting in right now, so I can have my north house and my south house, but I can't do it just yet. I've got other things I got to take care of here in Daytona and Florida. My son's got stuff going on I have to take care of with him. But eventually, I love where I'm at. And if y'all come visit me, I'll stay. But it's super expensive to live in paradise. But I miss North Carolina most because I miss the short tracks. I'm really in a dilemma. I wish I could clone myself because I miss Daytona when I'm in North Carolina, and I miss North Carolina when I'm in Daytona.
Qualified, but you don't think so, huh?
I don't think so.
And then now Stafford started up. Oh my God. I want to be 3 people now.
Close. What did he do?
Well, look at that. Ned is so good, isn't he? 47.661, 188.834. Third quick. Jerry has Darrell Waltrip.
Well, DW, you won this thing in 89, and then 4 days ago you turned 50, so you've had a couple of milestones happen here at Daytona.
I'm way over that.
47.43.
Yeah, it's, you know, that's off a tick. I thought we'd run in the 70s or maybe in the high 80s or, you know, low 80s, but we're happy. Everybody's done a good job.
There's our car. That's the team I'm with.
Big thing we've been working on, getting me comfortable, you know, for the race, plus try to have a fast
Go
car, too.
G-Bo.
Western Auto people ought to be
J-Bo
happy
down.
with that. That's all
G-Bo
right
down.
now for me. I just want to keep everybody
G
happy.
off.
Not only can you get the car look fast,
Jeffrey, we call him Jeffrey.
Jeffrey
Bodine.
You can make sure that everything's nice and neat.
The Bouchards did
Well,
anyway.
I was talking to Earnhardt, you know, and I told him, I said, I bet you hope you look as good when you're 50. And I said, no, time out. You don't look that good now, so he don't have to worry about that.
DW, is that a good one, but not quite good enough.
Jeff Bodine on the racetrack. His first lap, 47.988, 187.547.
Pretty good lap. And Jeff Bodine, Lee Morse has taken over general manager of his team. They went out and found some help getting ready for the Daytona Restrictor Plate races. Bob Glidden and his boys came down to Harrisburg, North Carolina, and worked with Jeff Bodine's folks and found some horsepower for this QBC Ford.
And of course, Lee Morse is a longtime employee of the Ford Motor Company, and he has left that position to join Jeff and try to get this car in the winner's circle this year. There's a checkered flag. Jeff has completed his run. And he right now is 8th. Let's see if he moved up.
The team at this time has the crew chief, young crew chief, and they're still in the transition from the Kowicki accident and acquiring the team, and most of the guys are the same guys. I remember when I was scoring for them at the end of the season, most of the guys were familiar and were Kowicki's guys that Jeff kept on. And
puts him 11th quick. Let's see if he picked it up on the second lap.
Pat Tryson was the crew chief, and about mid-season at Bristol, Pat Tryson will leave. I witnessed all of that, but that ended up being how I ended up scoring the car, because Pat's wife scored the car. And when they left, that position was open, and that I filled till the Phoenix race, and somebody else did Atlanta, probably Tim's wife.
Out on the track,
Tim Brewer. Because Tim Brewer took over.
Pretty good, but I haven't qualified yet.
Terry's run wasn't
a few
ours will be a little bit
races
better,
prior.
maybe not as good. Yeah, I mean, you never know. You know, we worked real hard. I mean, we're getting the car
prior
down.
to Trice
we're
leaving.
doing everything we can with the chassis, and we just don't have the speed. But hopefully, we got the downforce and some speed when it comes to race time. And I think we're going to be good when it comes to the race. But if we can break the 48 seconds, if we can get the 47s, that's all I'm asking for. I'll be happy. But that's not easy to do for us right now.
Okay, go get your car. It went that way. Jerry Punch. Well, John Andretti has climbed out of his RCA Ford with a big smile. John, not the pole, not the front row, but right now you're third fastest.
Oh, I'm real happy with the RCA team. They've done a great job. They've worked all winter, and you know, to get a shot at the pole is one thing, and you know, we just missed it. So we get ready for the 125s, and I know we'll have a real strong race car there. Tony Furr and all those guys, they just always give me better and better cars, and I think the longer we're together, the more we'll improve, and we can maybe look forward to more of these days.
A lot of optimism for this team in 1997, Bob.
Jimmy Spencer has taken the checkered flag. First lap 186.633. Second lap better 47.989. 187.543, and he is currently 9th on the charts.
Yeah, I thought I said that Rick Mast at 48.21 would be in pretty good shape, but with the speed to fall back on after 125-mile qualifying races, I think I lied. That's not
well. There's some cars running better now than they did in practice, Benny, and so yeah, I think they're going to lower that time, elapsed time around the track, down to close to 48 seconds to.
Oops. Also, I don't know how to
Here's Mike Skinner now.
like send out messages on my channel too much. I mean, I know how to do some,
comes off turn 4.
but on Discord in particular, which I don't even know how to friend people on Discord. I'm like friends with like a lot of people, but I don't know how to send out invites. I don't know stuff.
What kind of lap did he turn on that first one? Doesn't appear to be too bad.
No, I had him at 47.70, and that's what the clock had him. 47.705, 188.659.
And that is the fastest first lap I think we've had so far.
Yep.
So Mike Skinner, a great lap right in the middle of the racetrack. Now he'll move up to get in 3, so he can get his angle right, get in turn 3, right on the bottom of the racetrack, following that white line.
And Danny, on my checkpoint over there going into 3, as he stays down on that bottom of that line, he is absolutely the fastest going through there. So here he comes to the checkered flag, and you can see that he'll take it right back down to the bottom again as he comes across the start-finish line. Turned himself a great lap, fellas. We got a new pole sitter.
Is that right? Mike Skinner was 4th fastest this morning in the practice, and he has moved from 5th on his first lap to the pole. Mike Skinner, 47.415, a 189.813, and Mike Skinner moves for the time being onto the pole position for the Daytona 500. We'll be back in just a moment. Today's aerial shots being provided by the Bud One Airship. Reminds you that fresh beer tastes better.
I'll be right back. I gotta
Johnny Benson
Use
has
the
just completed
restroom,
his
this,
run
that, and
with
the
laps
other.
of
Get another drink.
184.9 and a 185.897, a 48.414 his best lap.
That's
And
it.
Johnny's been struggling all week with the motor, and it still doesn't appear to be much better.
No, he doesn't. He's just not able to get that Pontiac up to speed. Here is Wally Dallenbach, his new ride in 1997 with Felix Sabates, the first Union Chevrolet. Felix Sabates, a 3-car team in 1997.
And the crew chief on this car is an old sprint car driver from out on the West Coast, Brad Knopfsinger, who also ran, of course, some Winston Cup races a few years ago, but he's the crew chief on this new effort.
Brad knows a lot about a race car.
We also understand that there may be a few sprinkles being felt out there. The sky doesn't look too bad right here, but of course you can have a shower over in turn 2 or turn 3 and it'd be sunny here on the tri-oval, so it's kind of spotty.
That's one thing. Well, we see the raindrops on the camera lens there.
Yep, that's over in turn 2.
48.41 for Dallenbach on his first 48.38.
Yeah,
on his first lap.
186 flat.
That'll put him in 16th spot of the 18 cars that have qualified. If he can pick it up about a quarter of a second, they would move down to about 10th spot.
See how low he keeps it on the racetrack and then lets it drift up coming off turn 4.
Checkered flag awaits Wally Dallenbach. His 2-lap qualification run is over. We have had 19 cars qualify so far, and I believe they're going to hold things up, aren't they?
Looks that way. I don't see anything wrong on the racetrack currently.
Dallenbach did pick it up 48.042 second lap, 187.336. So that moves him up to the 11th position.
Well, Jerry Punch is now with the pole sitter for the moment, Mike Skinner.
Well, Mike, I don't care how much it starts to rain now. Nothing's going to rain on your parade. What a lap. 47.415. Congratulations.
Thanks a bunch. I tell you, that Lowe's home improvement car's been good ever since we got off the trailer. And I was praying that, you know, we could get a lap in before it rained. Hopefully they could complete enough of qualifying that'll stick.
You said you made a little bit of a rookie mistake leaving the pits. You got a little excited. What'd you do?
Pulled out of the pits, and when I went to shift into second, I hit 4th and just about killed the motor. And then when I went around there, I took the green and went back around there, and there was debris all over the racetrack over there. There's some plastic bags or something, so I had to drive around that. I didn't know if it was a shredded tire or what it was. And maybe it was just lucky. The car got a little loose, and I heard the motor free up a little bit, and I said, this could be good.
Now everyone's going to want plastic bags on the track for their run so they can get fast.
I don't know that that'll hold up, but that should get us a good starting spot in the 125.
Hey, this Craftsman champion was trucking on that lap. He is on the provisional pole thus far.
Indeed, and it should be a good battle for Rookie of the Year honors in NASCAR Winston Cup competition this year. Mike is among the 3 drivers that could be eligible for that, Robbie Gordon and David Green.
And Bob, Mike Skinner was quoted in the paper this morning as saying the Chevrolets didn't have a chance here, that the Fords had them blown off as far as qualifying is concerned.
So the wind is picking up. We see the palm trees blowing around, and the birds are getting up anyway, getting out of town. Bill Weber.
With Sterling Marlin and starting to rain, man.
Well, we'll get it in sometime. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get it over today.
You made a big jump in the final practice. Can you make another one here in qualifying?
That's about it. We got something wrong. We haven't found it yet, and just got a lot of work to do. And I think we'll be okay once we get the race stuff in it. And you know, we don't know if the motor's down or chassis off or what. I mean, it's just identical to the way they come off track when we tested, and just hadn't run since we've been here. So been through a lot, and we're still working on it.
So you think it'll be okay in the race? You just got to get through this little test here.
I'm back to in the voice thing. Just a minute.
And what we thought, you know, 20 pounds of fix, it took 100.
Had to go take care of the kiddo.
And like I said, we found a little bit the last 15 minutes and half it, but we need about another whole day.
Well, they throw something at Tim Brewer. Usually he finds a way to figure it out, doesn't he?
Yeah, I told him we got to figure it out, so we'll go through it and find out something.
Okay, car's going that way.
Right now, the speedway is quiet because of a shower. Billy Standridge is scheduled to go next, and then Jeff Gordon. The sun is out here on the main straightaway, but not so over in turn 2. Here's how they line up at the moment, with Skinner and Grissom first and second, 2 Chevys.
And then a bunch of Fords: Hillen, Andretti, Irvin, Allen, Jeff Bodine, Dick Trickle. Then we start the Chevrolet Darrell Waltrip, and Jimmy Spencer rounds out the top 10.
Then you have Dallenbach, Ricky Rudd, Terry Labonte back there in 13th place at the moment, Rick Nast 14th, and Kyle Petty 15th. 3 more drivers there. Lake Speed 16th, Johnny Benson 17th, and Ward Burton has the distinction right now being the slowest of those 18 cars.
And when we come back, we will talk to the driver who just completed his run, Wally Dallenbach, who is currently in 11th position. Here's a look ahead at other coverage tonight at 7 o'clock. RPM tonight with Kenny Mayne, and then at 8 o'clock tonight over on ESPN, Ned Benny and I will have our traditional 90-minute wrap-up show on Busch Pole qualifying. Then tomorrow at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, it's the live coverage of the Arco Bondo Marhide 200 over on ESPN, followed by NASCAR today at 4 o'clock here on the Deuce. Now, there was a crash in practice for the ARCA race this morning. Tell me about it, Benny.
Well, Perry Tripp and Ed Barrier were racing side by side through the tri-oval, and appeared that Tripp blew a right front tire. It came up into burying both cars in the outside retaining wall, and I would guess both those cars are eliminated from running the race tomorrow.
We will know more about that later in the day. Let's, in the meantime, go down to Jerry Punch, who's with Wally.
Well, Wally, unfortunately, you're the one that happened to be on the racetrack when the sprinkles came, and how did it feel?
Well, it was awfully wet going into 1 and 2. The rain was raining, come down pretty hard in 1 and 2, and then it got wet inside the car there after I went through 1 and 2. So it was. I wanted to get the run in, though. I knew it was going to rain, and we're pretty happy with that. That's faster than we've run since we've been here. The guys have worked their tails off, and hopefully that'll be good enough for the top 25 in time.
What about the Pontiacs this year? I mean, there's some concern that maybe the cars would be even better than everyone thought they'd be at Daytona, but that's really not what's been proven out so far.
Well, we're in the Monte Carlo, so I'm not too concerned about the Pontiacs. But I think the Fords are showing their hand here. They're awfully strong, and it's going to be tough to beat those guys. I just hope we can have a bunch of GM cars in my 125s on Thursday.
All right, so wet on the racetrack and wet in the race car, but otherwise a 48.042, not a bad lap, 11th quickest.
Thank you.
Bob?
18 cars have qualified so far here today, and we are in a hole because of rain, especially over in turn number 2. It hasn't rained here on the tri-oval area or over in 3 and 4. In fact, the sun is shining over there, but rain pretty good for a while over in turn number 2, creating a wet track, and the trucks are out there trying to dry that right now. NASCAR Winston Cup qualifying for the Daytona 500 live here on ESPN2, and we're in a hold right now because of rain. 18 cars have qualified, and the fastest of all is Mike Skinner with a 47.415.
Isn't this depressing? I mean, we had things going. I mean, it was getting exciting. You know, Grissom comes along and gets the pole, and then Skinner comes along and knocks him off the pole, and doggone, then it started raining. Bill Weber, are you as impressed as we are up here?
Yes, very impressed.
Thought so.
I'm also trying to figure out what Michael Waltrip's doing here.
What is he doing?
See if we can't lean in here and find out. Hi. You hiding?
Yeah, I've been hiding for 2 days because I'm not running very good and nobody wants to talk to me.
We want to talk to you. How you running?
Not running very good. I finally come out from hiding and started raining, so maybe that tells me something. Maybe I need to keep hiding.
So what are you going to do to make it run better?
I don't know. Eddie and Lynn are in the truck watching
I'm back
me. Hi, guys. They said that we would struggle through today, and they're confident that when we get ready to race, we'll be good. But it has been a struggle so far. But, you know, we'll get it. I'm confident that by the time race time comes around, I'll be able to climb out of my shell, maybe.
That's got to be tough on a driver to have a car that they say won't qualify well, but trust us, it'll race well.
I'm back.
Yeah, but at least I'm not misinformed. I've been watching y'all's show, and Daryl's been complaining about Fords for 2 days. 10 years,
There we go.
but most recently
Is that
2
more?
days.
Ooh.
And I
need
think
to
there's a
sit
pair of
closer.
Chevys on the front row. He's misinformed, and evidently the guys with the Chevys forgot to tell him their plan, that they was going to sandbag through practice and then win qualifying. But you know, I don't even get to be in any part of it because I'm just running that bad. But I want to say hello to my daddy back home. he's had a little bit of a tough winter, but I'm able to sit here and smile because of him, at least, because he's been really tough through all of his troubles, and I love you, Dad.
Hey, Weber.
Hey, what?
Ask him how many more weeks of winter we're going to have.
Hey, when you came out, did you see your shadow? How many more weeks of winter are we going to have?
Oh, it looks like to me that the blue is going to set in from now till about Thursday. And then, you know, depending on how that goes, maybe it'll start sunshining after that.
Okay, Michael, you can close that now.
The Michael I knew back then was only like an acquaintance. I saw him in the pits, always silly, always photobombing before photobombing was the thing.
Okay, well, you see
and
the drying operations still going on. The tow trucks are out there
he
trying
would
to get the moisture up out of the racetrack.
One of the things I would do would go to the Motor Racing Outrage 11 o'clock sermon every day because the guys were all getting stuff ready, and it was something that was good to do, and it was good timing for me to go from there to the scorer stand. And he was one that spoke a lot. He's a really genuine guy. Like, he's just really a cool person. I don't know him personally. I just knew him from
check them out
that little bit of more personal like side of stuff.
Online. Well, we're craving for something. Maybe an interview with Ricky.
Works for me. Hi, Ricky. Hey. New team. New
from Maine.
Good car, new
I've been
year,
to the track he cut his teeth on it, or tracks.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit slow, but you know, it's hard to figure this stuff out. You know, the one thing that you know for sure is your right foot all the way down and is your left foot laying over against the roll bars, because that's all you can do. But how these Hendrick cars run in the race is what I'm excited about, and I've been reassured by Jeff that we'll be fine.
How much is this new tough inspection affecting these
I got to
cars?
work on so many things, Pop.
You know,
like
Terry Labonte usually qualifies well. He's having problems. A lot of fast guys aren't going fast.
The minimal everything that I gotta have. Like, I don't want to have a lot of ads because I just do this because I have to stay awake watching these. If I put these on, I do when I'm sleeping. I put races on to sleep to.
It's a reflection
almost
on
every night.
how much effort he puts into the body and the car and the setup, and I hate to say it,
And if I'm streaming, I stay awake.
can get. And because you're dealing with several elements that you can't control, but I like it here at Daytona. I love the atmosphere. The fans come from all over. I got a lot of fans from New England come down. I'm going to enjoy the week. I want to put the Budweiser Chevrolet in victory lane, either Busch Class, Twin 125s, Daytona 500. But I'm real excited about 1997.
Okay, well, you have to go through inspection before you come out.
I found out by running a Busch race, then the Cup race, the Busch race, and the Cup race, or running it basically in the order of sequence of how it happened.
If you ask the NASCAR officials, they'll tell you that
I'll be like just having the race on and like cleaning or arranging or doing something else.
All the top 10 on pit road, then they will walk them through the gate. The cars will come.
And I'll hear my dad's name called, and I'll be like, whoa.
Remember, not just 3,400 pounds anymore.
Okay, back up. And he's with who? And I found out he was with people I never knew he even helped.
And then at the very end, the little height
So
stick
that's
there,
going to happen this
that is
season
where the
too.
roof height must be met. Come along, we'll walk inside this
But we're in the
building here and
first
show you.
race
The cars will come right along the scales
video
here,
of the
come right up on
97
this red
season
pad,
that I'm
and then it will
reviewing.
drop this little height gauge
Like I said, I
onto the
reviewed
roof.
most myself.
And if the car does not meet the height, you have not qualified for the Daytona 500, and you definitely will not sit on the pole. So the pole sitter will be determined right here within the hour following qualifying.
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah.
Do they have to go back to the room of doom?
I know, but no, Benny, they will not have to go back through the room of doom next door where they add the weight to the side of the car. Right. All they're going to do post-qualifying is check the heights. They're going to check, basically, they'll check the front air dam height. They'll check some ground clearance and, of course, the height here. Now, if they have any suspicions, they have the option to take them back through all 18 parts of inspection. And as I told you this morning in our practice show, they could even x-ray if they think there may be some skullduggery going on, might be getting some air from beneath the car. They have the option to x-ray. But this is the primary, the heights that they're going to go through. We'll show you here. The car goes through this little little height measure here, then they drop it down, and as long as the little green shows, that's when the car is legal. If it gets down to where the blue shows, you're illegal. So, folks, you want to have it to be total green. All green means that you're in the top 10 or maybe on the pole for the Daytona 500.
Simple.
How about that? Thank you, Doc. Well, Jeff Gordon and I believe Ken Schrader have been on the racetrack in a pace car, determining whether or not the track is raceable or not. The trucks
qualify
are pulling off.
P7.
So apparently we are about ready to resume qualifying.
Now, I think my father is with, like I said, the 91 car. It's a spam car. It's a red, blue, and yellow spam car, not the original that Lake had. And like I said, he stayed 2
Here
races.
at Daytona, we're going to get another quick break in here before Billy Standridge rolls off the line, and he will be followed by Jeff Gordon. As Busch pole qualifying continues right now, Mike Skinner on the provisional pole for the Daytona 500. Billy Standridge is on the racetrack, and he has been 38th quickest in the practice session. 185.697 has been his last lap, and that car is bottoming out pretty good in the corners.
It really is down at 1 and 2. It's really bottoming out.
First lap is completed. Bad news is sprinkles are being felled again by those here in the tri-oval
This
area.
is going to be bad.
And we're waiting the first
This
lap.
Diamond Rio car, is it Diamond Rio?
Is picking up, but Jeff Gordon is
He's going to hit wet rain, and that's so bullshit. Even today, I mean, they do better. Just do better. And they had just put that car together from doing that like before, and I just felt so bad.
48.300, 186.335.
Certainly not the slowest. In fact, moved to 16th, but boy, he hit the wall pretty hard with the back end of that car.
Yes, he did. They will not be able to use that car in the Daytona 500. And
Jeff Gordon on the racetrack, but of course he will be called in, Jerry.
He will be called in, Bob, and unfortunately what happens here in Daytona, and it's nothing where you can really plan for, when the showers are this light, just a mere mist falling, it will not show up on the weather radar. So even people watching the radar like NASCAR is, they cannot predict that the shower is going to hit. When the car comes by here in the tri-oval where we're standing, there isn't rain, but the car gets to turns 1 and 2, and suddenly a shower, a brief little blurb of air, and rain will come down, and you can't even feel it over here. And as the car had gone by, it was not raining here, and unfortunately no one could even begin to predict that it was going to hit.
Well, that's really a tough break for Billy, who's one of those guys who really needs to get in the race and get some money.
Well, we see him go in the corner now. We watched
And
him
now,
first time, and he bottomed out
Gordon's screwed. Everything's hot.
on the racetrack, and I don't
They
know
got to
if it
cool
was,
all his
what
stuff
the cause
down.
might have been that he bottomed
They
out
got to
just a
heat
little
up
bit,
the stuff
because
that
when these
needs
cars
to
bottom
stay
out,
hot.
It does upset them.
Roof flaps deployed and kept him on the racetrack, but boy,
I know they're
extensive
just
damage
trying
there
to get the show
especially
in,
left
but
rear of that race car. So we are once again in a hold situation. There is Billy. He is out of the car assessing the damage, and he appears to be in good shape. So we'll take another break and be right back to Daytona. ESPN2's unprecedented coverage of Speedweeks 97 at Daytona. It began with the 24 hours. Now we present NASCAR Winston Cup Busch pole qualifying, and it's all being brought to you by Daytona
that
USA.
had just opened then. I actually got to go through there. It was really cool.
Located just behind the tri-oval here at Daytona at the main gates.
And I don't know if it's that way now, but you could go through there, through the gift shop, all the way through and sit in the bleachers. They had some bleachers fenced off that had speakers that simulated the race sound. It was awesome.
See anything or determine what might have happened.
There we see Standridge in the Haynes car cruising along, and we're going to slow this thing down. Right there, you see that?
I mean, I'm 20 minutes away,
right
but
see, it looks to me like the car bottomed out right there, and then it's going to lose control.
I should check it out, really. I do have to head down there. My son has an eye appointment down in Daytona
And
tomorrow.
again, but you want to get the car as low as you can. Jerry Punch has talked about you want
And
to
a
get the car
blood
as low as
test
you
at
can.
7
The lower
a.m.
they are, the faster they'll run.
Billy's okay. Let's go down to Bill Weber, who's with Dale Earnhardt.
And
It's
also
been quite a
Larry
day.
McReynolds, the combination the fans and the competitors are
Oh,
talking
Jeff.
about here as we come to Daytona. First of all,
We
Dale,
got Dale.
your teammate has the
And
provisional
Larry.
pole. You guys are
Matt.
fast, and you were pretty quick in the last session as well.
Bill
I think he's
Weber.
got the pole.
You do, huh?
The 2 car and the 88 car is the only ones I think that can beat him, and that's a good time. That's faster than he tested and faster than he ran in practice. So maybe we can run faster than we tested and faster than we ran in practice. So we'll see.
Everybody was saying Fords, but now it looks like Chevy.
Well, they pulled out something that we hadn't seen all day, I think, and maybe our car will pick up that much speed, I hope.
Obviously, you'd love to win the Daytona 500. How much is this guy going to help you?
He's going up tremendously. He already has. It's already started working toward that, and we'll give up the pole and maybe one more race before the 500 and to win the 500.
How about it, Larry? You happy?
Oh, yeah. I'm as happy as I've been in a long time. You know, this guy here, Richard Childress, all these guys, they've made me feel like I've been a part of this program for a long time. And that's made the transition, because there's a lot of differences, but that's made it really come quick and easy. And, you know, if we can't get the pole, we're proud of Mike Skinner, Kevin Hamlin, those guys. They've worked hard this winter. Kevin Hamlin, he's a great racer, and I think it's a name that people's going to recognize here before this year's out.
You'll take the 500 over the pole anytime, right?
Absolutely.
I'll tell you, Larry Mack absolutely understands chassis dynamics. If anyone doesn't utilize him to help straighten out the stuff that they got going on right now, they'd be missing the point.
What they're going to try and do is be as fair with us as
They'll
they
be
can.
missing
They're
the
going to hopefully
point.
let us cool it back down a little bit, because
Him
that
too.
was kind of an act of God. So the NASCAR's trying to be as fair as they can.
They both understood physics.
So we could run the same amount of tape as everybody else.
And you're allowed to plug the oil heater back in to keep
My
the oil
dad,
temperature up.
Right.
his
They're giving us the
theories
same as everybody else on
mirrored
pit road
a
has.
lot
You know,
of
their water
the
is at a certain
theories
temperature,
they
and they're
did
gonna let us plug our oil
like
and everything
years
back in,
later.
you know. It's a Daytona
My dad was
500
like
and every
kind
thousandth
of
a second counts, so we have to be really careful.
So when the track is
Kind
dry,
of,
will you be the first to go out?
Oh yeah, we'll be the first to go out.
groundbreaking
and then,
back in the
honestly, that might not
60s
be
with a lot of those
bad thing. You know,
theories.
if the track's cool, we just
In the
gotta make sure we get
70s,
the oil hot
especially
and
in the
water cold.
modifieds.
All right, Ray Evernham, I'll let you get back to the car.
The
What they're
80s
trying to do,
and
they have a
IMSA.
cooler laid on top of the engine. They're
And
gonna blow air
Ray
on top
drove
of where
modified. He
the
was
valve
part of
covers
the
are, and
modified
you
Brett
that big
crew.
fan blowing there. And of course, if you go back
He
by
was
the
a-
driver's door, there's a look at the engine. If we tilt to the right, back by the driver's door, you can see the
He
fact
was
that they have the
a
oil
really good
temperature
driver, but he
generator.
set up
They have
his
the oil
own
heater
stuff.
plugged back in, and
He
this is the
learned
temperature gauge
those
inside the
mods
oil
teach you
reservoir
so
showing
much.
258, 259 degrees.
They're based on a
That is the
Formula
oil
One
temperature inside the car.
original front end
Folks, when Jeff
geometry
Gordon went out of
setup.
the pits, he accelerated full like he was going on his qualifying run. That's what he expected to do before Billy Standridge spun out down there. So he used up part of his qualifying package there. They pushed that car out on the pit road after it went through inspection. They didn't want that engine fired until he was ready to go accelerate out of the pit. So now they got to try to get it as close to back to that as they possibly can.
And this happened to him. A similar situation happened a few races ago, didn't it, last year?
At Michigan, I guess it was year before last. It was raining. The racetrack was wet, and Jeff Gordon was out there. Remember, we were talking to Dale Earnhardt, and he said, "No, Gordon's going to come back in," but Jeff went on by and crashed. Did about the same thing Standard did up in 3 and 4.
Here's it's windy too.
Okay, well, they continue to dry the track here, and they continue to get the debris off of the.
The way that
racetrack.
camera was
Billy
shaking
Standridge
up
car
higher.
on the back end of
Living
the
in
front.
Florida, like these breezes come off the ocean out of
Those of you
nowhere.
watching ESPN News live
And
to Daytona
the
International
weather
Speedway,
changes so
where we are
rapidly.
under caution here at
And
Daytona
every day
because
is
of
not
an
the
accident
same.
that
It's
occurred
really hard to
during a
predict.
qualifying run
They've
just a
been
few
saying
moments ago.
20%,
Billy Standridge
15%
went down
chance
into corner
rain.
number 1, and the car
Here,
got out from under him.
Looked like it might
for
have
2
bottomed out
weeks,
just
we've
a little
had
bit.
not a
We
drop,
had some
not a
reports
cloud.
of, rain
So
on portions of the
it's
racetrack,
very
but
dependent
it
on the
looked like it
wind
bottomed out,
and what's
and the
up
rounds
everywhere
went,
else.
Just upset the race car, and unfortunately, he gets it into the wall. Pretty well
Hard in the wall.
Yeah.
Billy got out of the car. He is okay. Let's run down what has occurred here this afternoon. We have 19 qualifiers, and there are the top 15 led by, at the moment, 2 Chevys, Mike Skinner and Steve Grissom.
Mike Skinner is the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series champion, 2-time champion, or 1-time champion.
First year.
First year. And Steve Grissom. Then Bobby Hillen, Andretti, Irvin, the top 5. Loy Allen, Jeff Bodine, Dick Trickle, Darrell Waltrip, and Jimmy Spencer, the top 10.
I might have to mod a channel tonight on YouTube. I got to check my messages.
Rounding up the top 15. Then there are 4 others that have qualified so far. Standridge, even on his first lap, was 16th fastest. In Lake Speed, Johnny Benson and Ward Burton.
Down to Bill Weber.
Well, here we got one guy that's already on the front row and one guy that hopes to be there. This is Ron Barfield. He starts on the front row tomorrow, and this is the guy to help him get there, Bill Elliott. How about this guy on the front row tomorrow?
Well, I'd like to be there, but obviously we're not there yet. I have to wait and kind of see how things go here in a little while.
Can you get there, do you think, Bill?
Well, I'm a little optimistic over what we run the last couple of days. We've been kind of the middle of the road. You know, we tested very well over the winter, and I was a little disappointed when we first started running here the other day. But, you know, I feel like that regardless of where we end up qualifying, we'll race well, and that's what it's all about.
You got to be thrilled to have 96 behind you.
Oh, man, I just couldn't wait to get 96 behind me the way it ended up being. But, you know, here it starts out a new year. You know, McDonald's is back with us. They've done an excellent job over the winter, and we've tried to really work hard on these race cars. We've got a lot of good people in the shop. And I feel like that we'll have some good things come this year.
Quick advice for him tomorrow?
Stay out of trouble.
Did you hear that? Stay out of trouble.
That's going to be the biggest thing tomorrow.
All right. Good luck to both of you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Bill Elliott, Ron Barfield. Back up to Bob, Benny, and Ed.
And we will be here live for the Arca Bondo Marhide 200 that Ron Barfield will be participating in at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Tonight at 7 o'clock, Kenny Mayne has the rundown on RPM tonight. Ned, Benny, and I will be here on ESPN for the qualifying recap show at 8. And then after the race tomorrow, there'll be NASCAR Today. That's at 4 o'clock Eastern Time here on ESPN2. Billy Standridge car badly damaged, especially in the left rear of the car. They're assessing it right now. And so it appears that this car may be history and will not be able to race any this month.
Yeah, I would say it got the frame. I don't think they'd be able to repair it.
But Billy Standridge is okay, and we appreciate those of you watching ESPN News for joining us. We're going to send you back there right now. And let's go down to Jerry Punch.
As you watch, look at what's left of Billy Standridge's Diamond Rio Ford Thunderbird. The crew had been back to talk to Billy. In fact, now they're talking to Gary Nelson, NASCAR's director of competition, about possibly what has happened. The crew members who went inside the infield care center to talk to Billy said possibly that Billy thought he may have cut a tire or had a tire going down in the back of the car. Let me ask one of the crew members here, what did Billy say to you about possibly maybe thinking he may have cut a tire?
That was a possibility. He said it felt like the left rear tire went down on the car, but obviously it was the right rear tire because it is flat.
How bad is the car hurt? How bad is it damaged?
Oh, this one's history. We'll have to cut this one apart and start over again.
Do you have a backup car to come out for second round qualifying on Monday?
Not that I want to speak of.
So maybe your shot is over.
No, we pull magic tricks out of the box every once in a while. You never know. Just like Atlanta last year.
All right, Atlanta's when they came out from way back and were able to make the starting lineup. But this car, as you say, they will probably have to cut the rear cliff off. The entire back section of the car is buckled in, and they will actually go underneath where the frame rail is. If I were to show you on the side of the car, it's just behind the C-pillar right here. They will have to cut the car off from here back and basically replace the entire rear frame section. Now, that can be done, but it is a ton of work. And there are 2 more qualifying sessions available here, one Monday and one Tuesday, for a chance at running the 39th annual Daytona 500. We're under a delay here at Daytona. Back with more live Busch Pole qualifying after this.
There is the Bud 1 airship, and it's providing the best seat in the house, flying high over Daytona International Speedway to bring us
the shots from him. It's a little windy. It was rocking a little bit, isn't it?
Oh, baby's that thing rocking and rolling to get me down from there.
Well, speaking of rocking and rolling, the New York Rangers and the Florida Panthers will go at it tomorrow at 8 o'clock on ESPN. Both teams fighting for home ice advantage in the playoffs. That's on ESPN tomorrow at 8 o'clock. The Rangers and the Florida Panthers. We know where Bill Weber will be at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. He will be in front of the TV watching his favorite team, the Rangers, try to beat Florida. Well, the rain is over, and looks like they're rolling Jeff Gordon's car up there at the top of your screen.
And I want to add, they're slowly rolling Jeff Gordon's car up there, trying to let that thing cool off just as much as it possibly will. I guess Jeff Gordon must be in the car. And again, they don't want the water warm at all. They want cold water, hot oil, because they're going to accelerate. There we see Jeff Gordon in the car with his helmet on, so we should be going here in just a second. Because in 2 laps, the water is going to be as hot as it possibly can. They tape all the openings up in the grills where the air would normally go in and cool the water. They tape all of it up because that makes the car go faster.
Just a little bit slicker aerodynamically, but it's enough for a 1/10 or 2/10 of a second.
Yes. The car's got headlights. No, folks, that's not glass. That's just that is just a decal. It looks like a headlight.
Yep. So Jeff Gordon will be the next qualifier out. After him, Larry Pearson, Sterling Marlin,
just checking everything. I don't have to
and
do anything tonight, I don't think.
Ray Evernham, did you get your car
do not
back
think
in a pretty
so.
good configuration as best you could?
Yeah, as best we could, you know, but not the right way. You know, you can't control it. You kind of act to God, but I still think it would have been fair to let us go back and be able to start where everybody else is starting. This is the Daytona 500, you know. It's a Super Bowl, and it's just a shame, but we're still going to go for it. But probably what's going to happen, the car's going to overheat, and it's going to slow down a little bit on the second lap. But,
The channel I modeled was
things
live 6 days ago, so I'll have to keep my eyes open.
No, not really. It really doesn't make a difference. You know, you need to run cold
Because
water
here's
back
day
through it.
7.
You know,
Probably
we were
not
away,
today.
We were hoping it'd rain, so everybody'd be in the same boat. But, you know, we're just going to have to take what we get, you know, and work on our race setup. We didn't really have a shot at the pole anyway, but we needed everything we could get to get a good starting spot in the 125, and that's what everybody's after. So we're just going to have to hope for the best. This is the most tape we've ever had on with the hottest water, so we're about to see how good Randy and those guys are. Charlie, if you're watching this, you're going to be putting head gaskets in this one.
Okay, we'll be watching with you.
Larry Pearson is on the racetrack in the Bud Moore car, number 15. Doesn't have a sponsor on it. They're looking, and we'll see what Larry can do. He has been so far in the practice only up to about 184.3 miles an hour.
This is another one of those cars that I talked to Greg Moore yesterday, who's the team manager for Bud Moore Engineering there, and he said that this car will race good. Said all we got to do is get it in the race.
Jerry Punch has some more on Larry Pearson.
And Ned, you can probably understand this better than anyone else because you're a father and you have a son in this race. A moment ago, David Pearson, Larry's dad, climbed in the pace car and said, I want to take a lap on this racetrack and make sure myself that this track is dry and clean before my son goes out and tries to qualify wide open. And indeed he did.
Here's the white flag, lap number 1 and 2 completed for Larry Pearson. He becomes our, 19th qualifier of the day?
20th, I believe.
20th, yeah.
Not a good lap for Larry on his first lap here.
First lap 48.698, 184.813. That's currently 20th position. He should pick up about a quarter of a second on his second lap, but that still is not going to be enough to still put him about 17th or 18th.
It is better than he has turned in the practice, though, so maybe he'll find a little bit more here. There's the rundown so far. Skinner and Grissom top the list. Remember, we're only qualifying the front row.
My ex is working with car 7,
The first and second
which
positions.
I will work with later in the
checkered
year.
flag comes out for Larry Pearson.
And my dad's working with the 91, but I don't think they ran yet.
Up one position. I don't think he'll move any more than that, if he moves at all.
Jeff Gordon moves on to the 2.5-mile track. It's 48.479, a little bit quicker, 185.647. He is currently the slowest qualifier of the 20 he have had.
So Jeff Gordon has taken the green flag. He's down in turns 1 and 2. He's off and running.
Jeff Gordon turned in the 6th fastest speed last year during first day qualifying, and Jerry Punch has more from down in the pit area.
Well, Bob, as you watch Jeff Gordon get ready to qualify, the wind has picked up. Take a look at the flags up and down pit road. The wind actually gusting directly from the west to northwest. It's actually blowing toward the beach, which means the wind will be at Gordon's back as he comes off turn 2, but he'll be bucking a headwind as he comes out of turn 4. Right now, the wind is right on his nose as he's headed into turn 1.
Ray Evernham doesn't look particularly pleased with that lap.
And I didn't have him, so I don't know.
That was the impression I got. He was not very happy.
He was 13th fastest in the morning practice. What is it, Benny?
48.28, 48.288, 186.382. Currently, 16th spot. If he could pick up a quarter of a second, he would move up to about 11th or 12th, about where his teammate Terry Labonte is. But right now, this is the spot that Evernham is concerned about the car slowing down, the water getting so hot. And when these engines, the water gets hot, the cylinder walls start expanding the car, you can just feel it start slowing down and losing RPMs.
Checkered flag comes out. Jeff Gordon completes the qualifying run.
Picks it up about a quarter of a second.
That's about what we've seen on everybody from lap 1 to lap 2. Jeff Gordon moves up to 13th position, 187.274. Bill?
13th right now. About where you expected after what happened?
No, you know, it's a little slower, but like I said, it could have been a lot worse. You know, I felt like we should have run into 47s, maybe a 90 or 95.
My
but,
Fitbit's
you know, it could have been a lot worse.
mine.
Now we just have to get ready
I
to
don't
go
know what it's wanting.
and race. I hope we don't get bumped back too far, but I got a feeling we will. But, you know, Jeff's awful good in the draft, and we'll have to wait and see what happens Thursday.
Okay, thanks for stopping.
Sterling Marlin has been a real disappointment in terms of speed so far. 15th fastest this morning. He was 20th fastest yesterday. 48.012. His best lap, 187.453. He's about to complete lap number 1 of his official qualifying run.
And he didn't have a very good speed going into turn 3, Bob, and I don't think his overall lap speed is going to be too good. No, it won't be. I got him about a 48.40.
You know, Sterling Marlin, we talked to him just a moment ago, and he said there's something wrong, and they just can't find it. They cannot put their finger on what the problem is.
Tim Brewer is the new crew chief on this car. Tony Glover has gone to Sabatis. Lap 1, 48.491, 185.601. So he's well off where he was this morning.
As a matter of fact, that is the slowest time so far, but he should pick it up about a quarter of a second. But still, we get him down about 14th or 15th at best.
Back in 1992, he was pole sitter for the race. He won the race in 94 and in 95. Here he comes to the checkered flag.
My watch is telling me to relax and breathe. I've never had it go crazy like that before. What the hell?
48.491 was his first lap. Lap number 2, did it move him up?
I feel fine, by the way.
All the way to 16th. To 48.223, 186.5.
And right away I looked at my graph and everything's good. It's just never done that before.
Checkered flag has just gone out to Brett Bodine. First lap, 48.670, 184.919. He's the slowest of all so far. Second lap, we are waiting.
I mean, it was vibrating. It was going beep, 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 beep. And I kept looking at it. It's doing this firework thing, and it's saying breathe and be calm. And I'm like, what the hell? Must have been reading somebody else because my metrics look good.
Because you cool the water down with ice and get it where you want it to be. And then I went out and heck, the water temperature went right up. We weren't able to cool it down with ice water. We only could circulate. But, you know, it probably cost us a tenth. And heck, a tenth wasn't going to do us a whole lot better except for our egos. We would like to have been in the 47s, which we were in that last practice. But we came here to race. We didn't come here to qualify, and we'll get ready for that.
Skinner and Grissom and those guys, they picked up 3 and 4 tenths today. Anyone got a shot at them?
Man, who knows? I haven't been in that ballpark all weekend, so I don't know who's got. I haven't even been watching who's fast and who's not. We've just been trying to pick up our own speed. But
my watch has crossed its mind.
I don't know where they found it. I wish they'd tell us a little bit of it.
All right, Jeff, you'll get them come Sunday.
Thank you.
That's Strickland, 48.585, 185.242. He's the slowest.
No rhythm, no irregular rhythm notifications.
Get in that rear spoiler adjusted just right. Bill Weber?
Yeah, just leaning in. It was 44.5.
Ever,
so they're going to push
actually.
it up to, looks like 45 even right now.
40 was when it was last done.
Strickland out on the track as they work on Earnhardt's Florida 45.0. They tighten it down. The official looks at it. It's good to go.
Maybe something will show up on the next readings.
Strickland has just taken the
Heartbeat
checkered
looks
flag,
fine.
and he is also up about a quarter of a second. Is that it?
Yeah, about a quarter of a second. 48.319 on his second lap, 186.262. Currently 20th fastest out of the 24 that qualified.
Stress management score is above
And
average.
next on the racetrack, scheduled to be Michael Waltrip, who has finally come out of his shell to work up to speed. In terms of speed, his best was 186.552 this morning. He ran a 186.1 yesterday. So Michael Waltrip is going to be looking for speed.
We're about halfway through qualifying. 51 cars drew this morning for qualifying.
See?
Will be inducted into the Oceanside Rotary Club Hall of Fame on Monday night here in Daytona. Very deserved honor, along with Smokey Union.
I've been
Those three guys sure belong in any kind of Hall of Fame. Michael Waltrip has completed that first
It
lap.
says nicely done, heart, whatever.
And it was
What the hell?
48.559, 185.342. It's Michael in 25th spot so far.
He is the slowest.
Kind of like
Michael
that
came
never
out,
happened
Brett
before.
Bodine had the slowest time, 48.49.
And it's keep
Now
telling
his
me to breathe.
48.55
Hold
is
on.
the slowest, and they're all shooting for.
I have an
Mike Strickland
oxygen
with a 47.49.
And yes, I have
Michael
asthma, so
Waltrip, here he
sometimes I
is off
don't
corner number
breathe.
4 onto the tri-oval. And he's about to become our 25th qualifier of the afternoon. There is the checkered flag.
Fix it up some, Bob, but not enough to make him happy, I don't believe.
Second lap for Michael Waltrip.
Is still waiting. There we go. 48.298, 186.343. So that moves him up to 18th. Almost ready to come out. Dale Earnhardt, the 7-time NASCAR Winston Cup champion.
Ricky Craven has just qualified. He's currently 15th fastest, 48.177, 186.811. Dale Earnhardt was on the racetrack getting the car up to speed, and he has pulled
Maybe
in.
I wasn't
We
breathing
do understand
normal
that there
or
are
my
more sprinkles
asthma
being
or
felt
something.
over the racetrack.
Because he kept telling me to breathe, and he said, okay, good job, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what the?
Similar situation to
Never
Jeff
happened
Gordon.
before. I had this thing on for 4 months.
The yellow is out. Bill, what's the story down there?
Well, right after Dale rolled off, it began a sprinkle very similar to the Gordon situation. Then it became a more intense sprinkle. Larry McReynolds went right to Jimmy Cox, the NASCAR official at the end of pit road. Cox waved his hands. Basically, I believe he was saying that he can call it off if he wants. So Larry was on the radio talking to Dale and talking to the NASCAR official. Earnhardt brought the car to pit road.
Who's running an engine down there, Bill? Whose engine is that running?
It's the 99. That's Jeff Burton's car.
Okay.
Down pit road to Jerry Punch.
Well, one driver who didn't call his lap off, and maybe you wish you would have, Sterling, 48.23, not anywhere close to like you've run here in the past.
Does nail polish matter for taking your oxygen level? Because
past 2 days, and we're missing something. Just hadn't found it, and had a real good test. And I thought
I've never had 90 before.
It just
It's
hadn't come to us.
always
And,
been way
just figured
higher,
we'd take the
but
car
I have
apart,
nail
and
polish
we got
on.
something somewhere. I know the car
Okay, it's
runs, and,
96 now because I
it's
got
a work
freaked
forever
out.
here, so we'll get it going. We'll be good. In the
Okay,
race.
never
It's
mind.
the RPMs that are not coming up, Sterling, on the car. I know you and Dale in that
That's
last day of
weird.
Chevrolet testing were out there just flying. You were among the quickest cars
It's
here.
been a
but
really
this
good
week,
day
I noticed you
physically. I
struggled
feel
to
great.
get the car up to speed.
greater than
Hanging the
usual.
weights on the car, and when we ran at the time, it was about an 1/8 inch low when we tested.
I'll be right back. I want to ask my son that.
Pounds, and it's got the back end of the car up, and we hadn't learned how to get the back end of the car out there, the spoiler, to speed the car up. And we think what we did wrong, it was we thought it was going the right way, went the wrong way, we think. So we just got to probably stand on the time, and the car's going to be a good race car. It's going to draft good, and just put another motor in it and get set up to race.
Now, your secret's always been those homemade bologna sandwiches. Go get a couple of them. Maybe that'll pick up some speed for you. We didn't do something bad. All right, Sterling.
Sterling's awesome. He was like one person I always waved hi to. He waved first all the time. He was just awesome.
To NASCAR's officials, and I got to believe that NASCAR will do exactly the same thing with Earnhardt that they did with Jeff Gordon. That is allow them to go get a cooler, a big fan to cool the car off inside, and to be able to get the temperature back down. See if I can sneak around and look at the temperature in the car. It looks like it came up to speed. It got pretty warm on that first lap.
Only 3 guys can be out here right now.
Yeah, they're being told by NASCAR that they can only have 3 people around the car.
Jerry, a precedent has been set with Gordon there, so I would say that they're pretty well locked in.
Are they doing that now? I'm going to. All right.
Richard Childress has joined the group, trying to find out exactly what they want to do, what they can do, and what NASCAR is going to allow them to do.
Richard Childress is making a plea to the NASCAR official there.
He's the guy with his back to us with the black shirt on.
He's talking to Jimmy and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Steve Peterson, the NASCAR official, right behind Jimmy Oates, talking to Gary Nelson and Hutchins. Right now, they're asked and they're being told what they can do.
Dave Marcus has walked into the frame to assess the situation.
Dave, of course, does a lot of things with Richard Childress Racing, testing for and with them.
Let me talk to Richard Childress. Richard, what is the discussion here? What are you going to be allowed to do with the car?
We can hook the circulator up to it, but we don't have the hose on it. We always take it off for qualifying. So, you know, all we can do now, they're going to let us put a hose on it and try to cool it that way. You know, you really need to be able to put ice water back in it to be even with everybody else. Engine's hot right now.
Let's explain to the fans at home now. In order for you to put the circulator on it, you have to put the top radiator hose back, a different hose on the top to circulate water back through. You take that off for qualifying.
Yeah, we always take it off. What we use it in practice has got 2 lines that you run the water to circulate the water through a external radiator with a fan and all on it. So we just have to do the best we can with it and try to get it cool enough and hope we don't burn the engine up.
Were you talking to Dale, or did he make the call himself just by seeing the sprinkles on the windshield to go ahead and come in?
Well, he said it was raining, and when he left, and then Larry said it was raining, it got a little harder, and then Larry made the call and told him to come in. I think it's a good call.
All right, they'll get the car cooled down as best they can. That's RC. Richard Childress, he owns the car. Once again, remember, you want the water as cold as you can get it. You want the oil as hot as you can get it to get the maximum speed. We'll see how cool they can get this car and how fast it'll go when we come back. Stay with us.
Just about any month of the year in Florida, you can expect or at least not be surprised by a shower, and we have had several move over the track this afternoon. It's kind of funny because we haven't seen rain down here in 2-3 weeks, but today it's been on and off.
But you know, really and true, we haven't had any rain to amount to anything, just enough to simply wet the racetrack. They had to dry it off. There's the rundown so far. Mike Skinner and Steve Grissom, a pair of Chevrolets, on the front row. And today, remember, we're only qualifying the first 2 positions. All these other fellows will have to run qualifying races next Thursday, and how they finish in those races will determine how they start the Daytona 500 on February 16th.
And of course, their qualifying speed today will determine how they line up for a Twin 125, and it's important to start up front in one of those races. Brett Bodine now is the slowest qualifier so far at 185.571. Well, Bill Weber is with another Gordon that's going to be a regular on the tour this year, Robbie.
Robbie Gordon, what are they doing to your car here?
We had a small problem. They tried starting the car before the filter, or before the car cover is off, and it stuck car cover down the filter. Gonna try to change the filter in time to go.
Man, oh man, never easy, is it?
No, just about time you think you have it figured out, something like this happens. But we think if we get this filter changed, we'll have a pretty good car.
Okay, you got a pretty good car, 10th in the last practice session.
Yeah, I don't think we got a shot at the pole, to be honest with you. I think I'd be happy to be in the top 10.
Happy in the top 10, huh?
Yeah.
You gonna get there?
We'll see.
Tell me about Tony Glover, man.
He's been a pleasure to work with this year. To have him down here showing me the ropes, I've learned a ton here at the Speedway so far. And every time we go out and try different things, every time we gain, that's great.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks.
Okay, you can see the hood has gone up on the Coors Chevrolet here. And as Robbie said, what happened is they had obviously the rain cover on this car, and then they started it up to warm it up. And they sucked the cover into the air filter, and Tony Glover saw it happen right away, and they got permission from NASCAR to change the air cleaner here, so they're going to work on that. They're working on this car, and they're working on Earnhardt's car too.
There is Dale Earnhardt's car. They still don't have that fan like they had for Jeff Gordon's yet, do they?
They've gone after the upper radiator hose to circulate the water. We see the water here under the fellow's feet, under his left foot. That's water coming out of the Goodwrench Chevrolet, and we see him trying to sop the water up that they've lost on top of the radiator. So they're going to circulate water through that and try to get that ice cold water in the engine.
Well, it's been a very frustrating day in terms of weather. Shower now and then has put us to where we only have 26 cars qualified out of 51 that drew for an attempt earlier today. The trucks have left the racetrack, and Bill Elliott rolls out for a qualifying attempt. You can see some blue up there in the sky now, so let's hope that was the last shower we have to contend with this afternoon. What's the situation with Dale Earnhardt? Let's find out from the doctor.
Well, we caught up with Larry McCriddles. Larry, you are cooling the car off now. How much will this whole situation hurt you?
Well, we can't possibly get it cooled down as much as we had it coming out here, plus it'd been sitting for a long time. If there's any upbeat to it, and I don't know if it's going to be a trade-off for not being able to cool it down, the wheel bearings has got a little heat in them now, gear and transmission, but just concerned now we're going to have the motor not quite cool enough and might run a little bit too warm. But Dale come on radio and said it's raining in turn one. I mean, in 17 years, I've seen too many cars crash on wet racetrack, and this ain't no place to be wrecking, especially during qualifying. So we'll just take what we got. We got a good race car for tomorrow for the Clash. I think we'll have a good car to race.
All right, some long faces up here in the Goodwrench. Let's check in down with Bill Weber.
And standing by with Tony Glover, you changed the air cleaner in your car.
Well, they got ready to start it, and I think the car cover was over the...
That 91 Spam is who my dad is working with for 2 races this season.
Pretty heavily, though, there, didn't you?
Well, what's fair is fair, and, they're real good about things like that. They'll work with us.
Hey, this young kid you got in your car, he's been pretty quick so far, Tony.
He's awesome, man. I tell you, he's such a pleasure to work with, and it's going to be a great year for the Coors Light team.
Tony Glover, very smart man. Also, the other thing, I think we analyzed what... I got to come back on the screen. I think my watch detected an asthma attack before I knew it. That's all I can... My oxygen was like 90. Now it's up, and I'm fine. I hit my inhaler a couple times, so... Let me get back on here. It's just me, and I know it's more of a full screen, but it's qualifying, man. It's cash. Yeah, I'm fine. I checked all my vitals. Everything's good, except my oxygen was low, and it's never really been 90 for nothing, so it apparently was. I talked to my son. He thinks it was an asthma attack as well.
They usually put them in the center of the car, and I just
and I'm back.
That they got it on the right rear over by the...
But I didn't feel nothing. It wasn't like... But it probably... It's the first time my watch ever did that. I've had other asthma attacks.
Picked up about 0.3 of a second.
Keep showing me shit. What the hell? 77 beats a minute. I guess that's good. For someone jacked up and all anxious now because it scared the shit out of me.
He has had all month here at Daytona. Okay, who's out there next?
That is
Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace.
Okay.
And Mike has been struggling with the Spam Chevrolet, trying to get it up to speed.
One of the nicest looking cars out here this month, as far as I'm concerned. Very pretty colors on the car, but his speed has only been up to around 181.3 miles an hour. So
which is way slow.
Mike Wallace has a big responsibility and a big
Okay, what I had heard is something about him crashing probably in practice. And this might have been a backup car. Something about what Dad said is he crashed. Something. But anyway, Dad was only here for this race. And Rockingham, but Dad quit after
Let's see exactly what the reading was on lap number 1 from
I got my own Mike
Wallace. Car bottoming
Wallace
out there in the first
story,
and second
but
turns.
Lap 1,
I really didn't know him.
180.614, and you're right, that is the 28th time so far, the 28 cars that have qualified.
I introduced myself to him, and he was extremely rude when I said I was Vic's daughter. And it was way, like, before this. It was a year before, at a party with Lake's crew, with all the Spam reps, and bam. Just saying.
Sponsorship, of course.
When I said I'm Tanya, I'm Vic Kangus's daughter, he's like, so.
Has become
So, but anyway, he was kind enough to give my dad his belt buckle from Texas, even though he wasn't with Spam. He was with Kenny Wallace. And Dad really only worked with Kenny quite a few times, or assisted. I guess it would be what I call an assist.
Not a bad lap, probably one of the better laps you've run this week.
Well, it's been the best we've been since we've been here, but you know, we just keep working. The guys have worked really hard. I feel like
I'm
this
gonna
car
fix
race
something.
500.
Make me feel better.
We were looking at that antenna on the right panel or C panel.
I'm still here. I'm just messing with my
Or
camera.
is that just something, just a place you wanted to put it?
Well, no better we run. I don't think it's a secret. Maybe it's what you shouldn't be doing.
You got more for him?
I don't know. We'll wait and see.
All right, Bill Elliott, 13th quickest thus far.
I want it like closer.
In the number 40
I feel too far away from you.
Chevrolet. He was 10th quick in the morning practice session. 187.8, a 47.90 was where he was this morning. And he's at 48.13 this afternoon with a 186.974, 15th fastest. But not a bad lap if he picks it up in the second.
If he picks up a quarter of a second like most of them have been doing. Some of them picked up more than that, but he could move right back to where he was. And he's got a good second lap going. His time going into turn 3 is much, much better than on his first lap, Robbie Gordon. So he is definitely picking it up.
Let's see, if I sit up straight and tall, you're not going to
Cars being pushed to the front of the qualifying line, and here's a checkered flag for Robbie Gordon, one of the rookie contenders in the Winston Cup Series in 1997.
Yeah, he picked it up. Yeah, he got down 47 seconds, right?
Ooh, it's too big.
And the second lap for Robbie Gordon was 47.867, 188.021 miles per hour. Puts him in 8th spot.
Not bad at all for the young Mr. Gordon.
That's what I
wanted.
wanted.
PPG Series.
It's 29 cars that have completed a qualifying run here this afternoon.
And Bobby Labonte
will
be next.
I'm glad you're back.
Driver
I'm back
has
too.
Been struggling somewhat this month.
My watch started freaking out. I've never had it happen in like 4 months.
So let's see what Bobby
and it kept telling me to breathe, and I'm like, what the hell? And I'm grabbing my Fitbit and looking at all my numbers look great. But I also have asthma. But
pick up something that they hoped would help them. So
I also had this. Since I almost croaked to COVID, I got one of these. It's oxygen, like you put on your finger, you know, the thing they put you on in the hospital, you stick your finger in like that. And it was like 90, and I ain't never been a 90. So, like, normally I'm like 96, 99, like normal people.
a
So,
second, he would be down to about the 15th or
like
16th spot.
88 was when they said go to the hospital when my sister had COVID, but I was like,
qualifying run as soon as
what the hell?
Labonte finishes his, and Earnhardt's
But my
teammate
son
Mike
said it
Skinner
must have been an asthma
and you
attack
think that those two cars would be
starting
awfully close.
that I didn't catch, because the first thing I did, I stood up and I hit my inhaler, and then I tested it and it said 96. So
Rusty Wallace and Dale Jarrett, who have been the fastest in
another
practice.
plus
They
on the
will be out
Fitbit.
until nearly the end of the line.
Second lap for Labonte, 48.035. Picked it up 0.3 of a second, 187.363. Puts him in 13th spot so far.
Yeah, that's
Again,
better.
we're about a little more than halfway through. Larry McReynolds watches anxiously as Earnhardt is off and running.
Pole sitter a year ago here for the Daytona 500.
Last year he qualified at 47.491, a 189.510.
Look him, he's pulling down there trying to get some draft off Bobby Labonte, who's coasting. There he's going past Labonte. Going
IROC is that weekend too. It was really cool. But I don't think Dad had a car in it.
Anything, you'll take it, huh? Quite a record for Dale Earnhardt at
He worked with many who have run it.
Let's see, lap number 1 is about to
He
be
worked
complete.
with Dale a little, with some shock
By the
stuff.
way, has won 3 of the last 5 Daytona
Back in the
polls here
Nemechek
at the Speedway. Not
days.
the 500, but races run here at the World Center of Racing. Lap number 1 is complete. Let's see what he did.
48.068, 187.235. That is only 17th so far. And if he picks it up a quarter of a second, he will still be no better than 6th or 7th. So he's got a lot of distance to make up.
He was better through turn 3 this time than he was the time before.
Boy, it looks like he's handling so well right on the bottom of the racetrack. Nice line. He comes to the start-finish line. It's just about over his qualifying run.
There it is. Checkered flag waves, and Dale Earnhardt has qualified for the Daytona 500.
I'm going to predict he's going to be about 7th or 8th.
All right. We'll see how
that neighborhood.
Well, he's 7th. Okay. 47.834 for Dale Earnhardt, 188.151. Jerry's with Robbie Gordon.
Well, Robbie, you were 8th quickest. Now Earnhardt just ran your 9th fastest, but still a pretty doggone good run for the first time with this operation.
Yeah, you know, we've made a lot of changes over the winter. Tony Glover coming to the team is a big help. Keith Simmons and the whole engine crew back at the shop, they've done a great job with our engines. We feel we got some pretty good race cars for the race. We didn't think we could match them for qualifying.
How comfortable was the car? I know the wind's picking up out there a little bit. It's overcast. We've had some rain. Did the car feel fairly comfortable even though it's in qualifying trim?
Yeah, our car was pretty easy to drive. You know, I'm sure we pick up a couple tenths. It'd be a little more of a handful, but you know, that's all she had right now.
All right, good luck to you.
Thanks.
Bob? Another very pretty race car here, the Pontiac of Derek Cope, sponsored by Skittles.
And he has been the
Back then, those cars were masterpieces.
Yesterday, he ran a
They really were.
187.465, 48.
Nowadays, I feel like they're more like a Lego set or a Rector set.
It's a 48.341, 186.1.
I don't know engine builders really much at all, other than Jack Tant and back in the and Smokey Unick, of course.
And Bobby Hamilton standing here with Robbie Loomis watching another Pontiac go around.
Our focus was more on the chassis side.
I don't know. We really thought about it, you know.
You haven't thought about it.
Well, we have, but we're not really concerned about it. You know, we have a luxury of being in the top 10 in points. We know we're off, but this is our car we raced last year. We know it drafts real good and all. So if we was to make the story short, if we was to qualify dead last, we'd get ready to race. We wouldn't even attempt to re-qualify because we just don't. You know, we've done all we can do, and whatever happens. We ain't even going to try to duplicate it.
14th for Derek Cope right now.
Yeah.
That's the best so far, I believe, off the top of my head.
Yeah, it is. I guess Labonte's second best. I guess that shows how much I've been keeping up with. I know who's on the pole.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
Yep, 14th fastest for Derek Cope, 48.008, 187.469. So
I was there for this race, and
here is Jeff Burton.
the Saturday race and all of that, but I'm thinking I might have drove up.
1 or two cars. Mike Skinner, Grissom,
Maybe.
Dillon. You see, look down for your favorite driver. Earnhardt's in 7th spot.
This is the other thing that's got me a little bit baffled as far as my own career, which has nothing to do with my dad's book that I'm writing. It doesn't affect me. But I'm not sure that my ex
that have qualified so far.
And Jerry has found
left
Earnhardt.
Second lap, 47.
Lake Speed at the end of 96 and then immediately started at 97 with QVC. That's another thing I'm trying to see is, did he change? I could probably ask him. I mean, shoot. Did he change from Lake to QVC at Speedweeks, or was I still with Lake Speed's car?
We get one out of those
here. I'm thinking we're with QVC. I'm pretty darn sure. Gosh almighty. You wouldn't think that you would forget, but when you live out of a suitcase and you go to work Monday morning at 7 a.m. and leave work at Friday at like 5 o'clock or 4:30 and sometimes get a date earlier, fly out or drive out to the track. But my boss was super cool because I'm not dumb. I took my boss to a track up to North Wilkesboro, actually, in 96, one of Lake's races, the first one of the season. So that way, like, he was so psyched on racing and I was able to race and work for him too.
Look how high
So.
he is. Yeah. Man, he's up there, isn't he?
That worked out.
That is,
but
Ted
as far as what
car, even if you look at the helmet,
race,
it might look
what
like
we,
Martin, but it's Ted driving,
unless it's specific, like when Pat Tryson left, I know I scored the following week. So
they ran down pit road,
that's like a different
helmet and gave it to Ted, and off he went. But Ted forgot his helmet.
Okay.
I thought they used to weigh the cars with the helmets on. I don't know if they don't do that now. Anyway, boy, he came right up against that outside retaining wall.
He is running a really high line.
Now he moves off a little bit, but he's using all the racetrack and coming off the corners, trying his best not to get the car in any kind of bind as he exits the turns.
Didn't have a very good speed going into turn 3 at that point of the racetrack.
I don't think he participated in the morning practice session today. Yesterday, he was 26th fastest at 186.4. One lap is complete for Ted Musgrave.
48.80, not too good.
Goes down in turn 1. And 48.813, 184.377. That is currently 33rd fastest time. Still has one more lap to go. He eases down in the third corner. Low on the racetrack, right on the white line. Here Musgrave comes off the corner, and he will complete his qualifying run. It will not be very good, but he will complete it anyway.
Better, Ned?
Yeah, it's about over
Car's so awesome then.
But still, it's going to put him pretty far back down the line.
I'm going to try to stream at least a couple hours every day this week and get back in the habit of it. I've just had my fingers in so many different pies.
Those of you watching ESPN News, we are live at Daytona International Speedway, Busch pole qualifying, and Ted Musgrave in the number 16 car has just qualified
trying to get back in the groove.
500.
In the behind the scenes, I've been watching a lot of the 97, trying to get it in order in my head and where Dad was so I'd know what I was talking about.
Faster than that on lap number 2, but we have not gotten it from
But I'll do
NASCAR
qualifying
yet.
today,
48.45 on
and
the second
I'll try to log in tomorrow.
lap. They moved him up a little bit.
I will tell you this. We have crack of dawn blood work for my son, and then we have 2 o'clock eye exam for my son, and then it would be late afternoon before I'd be able to stream, to be honest. And when he has his eye exam, I'll try to like get a lap in around the doctor parking lot or something like that. It's what I normally do.
And just this week, they announced that sponsorship would be on this car for the rest of the season. Delco Remy will be the sponsor.
I am going to try to be more diligent because I've got to get this book done. I was talking with Dad this week about 97 some more, and he was starting to forget a little bit of things, but he just came off of some surgery. So, you know.
He turned, and we'll see what he can do in lap
yeah,
number 2.
It's just
challenging as that first lap
weird tests, the blood tests, and you gotta. It's more than just fasting because it's all like hormonal and like cortisol and a bunch of crap. Because that tumor had squashed all of his like pituitary and kind of damaged all that endocrinology system. So this is all blood work.
All of a sudden, it just starts hitting
for the
those bumps,
endocrinologist, which is one of the 4 specialists he's with now, and he hates doctors, and it's just not fun. It's not a fun day when these days happen.
Quick on the afternoon, 185.958 for Morgan Shepherd. On the racetrack right now,
and then everything goes wrong with all your paperwork, or you're at your insurance doesn't cover that particular doctor at that particular place. We've been through it all today. But long story short, one more test tomorrow. One of the tests we got done at the wrong lab, but they did it anyway, so praying they don't notice.
Yeah, we did. It's been a little while since we did it, though, but
and then he's got an endocrinology appointment on the 7th. We got a referral to Mayo. Just going down the road. This won't be as bad as last time, I hope.
Well, you just either got a car that'll go that fast or it won't, you know. Skull Car's not a pole contender, but
maybe they can just laser it out. Anyway, this is the track car actually that Gil Martin is the crew chief at that moment. When Newt Moore takes it over in a few races, Newt will have my dad for the front end. Now, I noticed that mentioned on one of the broadcasts, but I think my dad was there before that broadcast.
48.012, 187.453 puts Kenny Wallace in 15th. And we see he ran 48.012. Kenny Schrader said he wanted to get anything in the 47s, and that would be okay.
Let's find out about that wild ride from Morgan Shepherd, Jerry.
Sleepy. Ooh, bit rate just shit the bed. Where are we?
That's that lap up there, 48.398 seconds, but between 3 and 4.
Has this been choppy the whole time? I'm in the red right now. What the heck?
Was jumping around so bad that I thought it was going to jump plumb off the racetrack. I'd just like to say thanks to Precision Products and Delco Remy for sponsoring us down here, and associate sponsors, Cruising America.
I just looked up and my bit rate is red. Like, danger. It buffered. Okay, just for a minute. And that's got to be one of two things. A spectrum moment.
These guys don't ever give up.
All right, Morgan, don't give up. One Pontiac down, another one.
Which happens all the time. Or, because we live in a park, somebody could have like logged in or be uploading something in the area. We're in a park that's got, I don't even know how many hundreds of people. Oh, it's doing it again. Chris, are you getting glitches?
Hamilton's first lap.
Before too long,
my bit rate is like crapping out.
The front row. Rusty Wallace, followed by Greg Sachs, followed by Dale Jarrett. All three of those guys.
He's not online.
The practice that's coming up a little bit.
It's got to be a spectrum thing.
Between now and then, Bobby Hamilton has taken the checkered flag. Let's see what lap number 2 was.
Still looking ugly.
34th fastest on the afternoon.
It's flickering, it's trying, it's in its last breath.
315, 186.278 miles per hour.
Same time of day, Christopher said. it's some update Spectrum does. What I'm going to do is refresh my Twitch stream monitor. Shouldn't knock us anywhere, I hope, because I'm on OBS. Okay, it's back in the green. Jesus. I've not seen that happen. It's hardwired, but it's an old computer, which has nothing to do with that. But yeah.
Jarrett to go out and make an attempt. Here is Delma Coward about to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, Delma didn't do too good. 50.66, I got him.
He ran 179.3 this morning, Benny.
That's about what he qualified. Just one, well, actually slower. 150.701, 177.511 miles per hour.
Jerry Punch down on pit road with Kenny Wallace.
Kenny, you seem awfully happy with this lap, 48.012 seconds. That's 15th quickest.
Well, you know, I was at the motorhome watching Benny and all them guys up there, and it started out 48.25 was going to be a decent lap. I got worried, so, I mean, you know, Gil did a good job. We got some gargantuan shocks on her, had her pretty loose, but as I go Skinner, it skipped a couple times, and I think the car picked up speed, and I'm hoping, Benny, 48 flat will be okay.
I think it will, Kenny.
It's not.
He said, I think it will, Kenny.
I hope so. Thanks, man.
All right, you lost your wallet.
Kid's got a good heart.
Last night, we won't tell that story. You left it in the go-kart. He's out riding go-karts the night before qualifying. This kid
I don't always agree with a lot of his racing summaries, but he came from a different style of racing in the Midwest, and we came from Northeast Mods. So Northeast Mods had a different kind of racing code.
The go-kart track where about 400 people lined there. My go-kart, or there my wallet was in the seat of the go-kart. So, Jerry, no more wallets there. I'm leaving all my money at home.
All right, I'll hold it for you. All right, that's
I know the secret story to why the New England Mods always had excelled back in the early 70s, and in the 60s, the man that mentored my dad was stationed overseas in Italy, got to see F1, measured all the cars, brought that technology back to a little tiny garage in New Hampshire. And he mentored my dad, which brought that all to Stafford with several other people who were also mod people, and they were all helping each other. But that was the advantage they had over the Southern at that point in time. From what I observed, anyway, through the 60s and 70s. They're pretty much the smart mod tours got it going on. Just as much as the Wheeling and the local tracks have pretty much gelled, become the same. Okay, this is David Green.
He's got his hands full as well.
Because he was the Busch Grand National Champion, he's out there practicing as well because he qualified for the Busch Clash, being a Busch champion.
National race here at Daytona in 1991. He was the series champion in 94, second in 96, comes over to Winston Cup this year. Second lap, better, but not a great deal.
48.841,
because the year prior, Busch champion is invited to the Clash back then, which is really cool.
Well, Chad is participating.
Joe got to do a Clash in '93 because Dad won the championship with him in '92.
From the Busch series of NASCAR, but he has run too many Winston Cup races to qualify as a rookie.
What did the song say? If I said the fool should have used red, but it looked good to Charlene and John Deere green.
Yeah. Mark Griffin, the car owner, Harold Holly, the crew chief, and he was 20th fastest in the morning practice.
If I don't stream, like, okay, I did a test stream months ago, playing a bunch of music.
Chad Little, 48.556.
And like my phone was going off with like copyright. It was going crazy. And it said to avoid this, you go to unpublish it. I do that now. Everything, it's never like published right away on Twitch unless I click it publish, and then it'll be muted, which saves me. And then I upload everything right away within a few hours to YouTube. And that way I can have it on YouTube for later when I want to clip pieces out and do just like all the parts pertaining to Dad, if that makes sense. So that's what I'm doing with all of this. To be honest, most of the book is written all the way up to, I would say, 93. It's just not edited. And 93, 94, 95, 96 was kind of a mishmash of both Busch and Cup. Dad still worked for Joe in 94, but only on his Busch team. It was like several things going on. I was also moving from Massachusetts to Florida to North Carolina with my son and my dog and a fish tank.
And here's one of the big surprises.
So this is why everything is so... Yeah, exactly. Like to make more of a yearly thing, like 95, boom, 96, boom, you know, like that. After the book's wrote, oh my God, I gotta write the book. I gotta finish the book. I gotta finish the editing. It's all finished in my head. It's like, I hate the tedious part. Like every artist hates the tedious part. When you see your finished picture painted in your mind and you just got to fill in the dots, it's like a coloring book and it's very tedious. If you're an artist, you understand what I mean. Like, you see your finished, you're a woodworking artist, you would see your finished product before you start it. And the tedious part is filling in the blanks.
Team for 1997, and the crew chief on the car is Andy Petrie.
Plus, I've watched hours of racing and I've clipped out whenever, like, they interview my dad, I've clipped it. Like on YouTube, if there's I don't even know if the public can get in my clips, but I got a whole list of clips, like tons of clips.
For absolute sure until that last car is taking checkered flag. This thing is going to go right down to the final.
What-oh. Gone right down to what? That wasn't me. It was them. That's them too.
Blew a right front tire, came up and
blew a right front tire, blew out the camera. But I could also use your help, Pops, as far as like the basic Twitch stuff, because I've been away from it so long. Like I keep getting notifications like Twitch has upgraded this and this is this and co-stream that, and like I'm still trying to like make emotes, you know, and figure out how to make them work. And they're like talking about all this super duper stuff, and in the process I lost my, well, I was covering hurricane like stuff, and again this year if hurricanes start coming, I'll put a camera in the window, and if we have to evacuate, I'm going to try to leave it on until the power goes out and monitor from another location, which sucks if it goes out. But yeah, I just dread hurricane season. I'm just like, you pedal along and you're barely making it and everything's smooth, and then a crisis like a hurricane's enough to kick me off my stilts if I get damage.
On the racetrack, he's going to participate in tomorrow's Arcabanda Marhite 200 that we'll have live for you here on ESPN. Bradbury's first,
but I'm excited for the next one in the list.
182.500. That's 40th fastest so far, so obviously Bradbury needs to pick it up. Well,
Joe Nemechek was on the racetrack.
Busch Clash is next, but I'll do that tomorrow. I promise. Like, that's a short race. I could do that tomorrow because of all the medical crap earlier. When I get home, even if it's like nobody, like, I hate to go online on. Yeah, I might even have to go online like late at night or something. I don't like to go online when big streamers are streaming because I like to watch them. It's like.
Been running pretty decent, but just one of those unfortunate things. We'll put another rocket in there and come back on Monday for second round.
Well, maybe the old saying, you get the early.
Joe's a good guy, still out there in Mooresville. Him, his wife, and they're friends with my friend
here
too.
at Daytona haven't been very good to me, and we're hoping to turn it around this year, and I think we're going to. You know, we've got Mike Hillman, Tony Glover, and all the other guys, you know, at Team Savco are putting their input in, and things are looking real good.
All right, Joe Nemechek able to smile, and the good news is he's going to be a papa in a few months. At least he can still smile about that.
All right. Well, Gary Bradley.
He had lost his brother a few weeks. Actually, if oh shit, I'm going back in time. He's gonna lose his brother this season. John Nemechek. Actually, my dad worked with Joe. My son and I were such good friends with John. John would take my son underneath the car and
his best lap was his
on a
second,
creeper and like
25.151 miles an hour.
I've still not watched John's wreck, and I don't intend to. It was just a sucky year, but man, everyone was on top of the world right here in the beginning of '97. I mean, NASCAR really blew up in '96.
If I had to get, I'd say no. I don't really think we can run that fast. That was an awesome lap that Skinner put in. And, you know, we haven't seen anything to tell us that we could run that fast. When I ran 47.55 in practice, I had a car about a half a straightaway in front of me that had to be helping me. So, yeah, I'd have to say I figured if I could run a 55 again, then that would be a good time for us.
The weather seems maybe it's put you at a little bit of a disadvantage. The sun has come out, the wind not quite as strong, it doesn't feel.
Yeah, I think the wind's the biggest factor, whatever it's going to do. That tends to be a determining factor here. If you've got a headwind, even though it helps you down the back, it slows you down so much down the front. So that's going to be critical. The sun, I'm glad to see the sun because that means at least we're going to get to go today. It seems like a different day than when Ernie ran earlier.
You looking forward to the race?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. We're excited about it. You know, this car was built for speed, but mainly for the
I think
Daytona
Squirrel
500
League
for
runs
racing,
tonight.
so
If
I'm
y'all
excited
follow
about
Squirrel
chances.
Turds, you should. If you don't, I think he's got a Texas ARCA race.
Well, Chad Little's Pontiac ran like a deer today. Chad, pretty good lap.
My son doesn't have that new ARCA car. He's got the old one.
2.59 seconds.
I appreciate your kind words. It's not as good as you probably hear that from everybody. How'd you think of your lap? Well,
But between my brakes going out, we're actually borrowing a truck from my sister to do all this running around because I need a caliper on my. We changed out the pads. So Friday, 2 more days, I get a caliper. I have my own vehicle back, and I'm dying for the beach. It's getting so hot. It's getting so hot.
Disappointing run for Mark Martin. His first
I've
lap.
tried to stream live from the beach before, a little bit.
Only 34th fastest. Second lap time and speed coming up. It is quicker.
Oh, yeah, tab that up. That's a good race.
3/10 of a second, Bob, up 186.
Now, when was that ran?
So that improves his position up to 20th.
Is it live?
Wallace is climbing aboard his Miller Lite Ford and will be on the racetrack before very long. Out there right now is Robert Presley, who
Wait a
has
minute,
been
I know how to tell.
187.029 as his
I have
best in this morning's
updates
practice
from
period.
Flow Racing all the time. I don't have the Dirt Series race.
Who's that guy on the left rear quarter? I can't remember. Neil,
Oh, that was one of my favorite cartoons. This
on the car.
Scooby-Doo.
Shaggy, yeah, on the back. And Scooby-Doo on the front. Neil Goldberg, our producer, keeps up with the cartoons with his kids, so we have to call on him for that information.
Brock Beard did a 3-part series on the entire Cartoon Network cars. That was like this month. It was really cool.
Become familiar with it.
Oh, wow, yeah, when he was racing.
48.5 567, 185.311.
I know he's back. I know they loosened up some of the rules and they let these guys run some dirt now. So I thought it might have been like midweek stuff because dirt races a lot of midweek. Honestly, dirt pays way better than asphalt. Hey, how are you, Jack? Jack B. Gaming. Which I don't know if I just say Jack. Yeah, it's going okay. We've been kind of busy today. I've got to get back to streaming because I'm honestly forgetting how with the programs. They don't stick in my brain too good.
27th. 48.
And I'm starting the 97 season because my dad started with the Mike Wallace team for 2 races, and then he'll go on to the Kenny Wallace team, setting up like stuff, like chassis. Like, I don't know a lot about engine. Well, I know how an engine works. I used to clean out the cylinders and the piston. Well, we get new piston rings and stuff. I'd clean out the piston ports and all that. But yeah, chassis is more like what we knew. Robin Pemberton. But this is 97. My ex-husband was with the 7 car, the QVC, as far as I'm aware. And then I came to this race, I'm guessing the following week, not qualifying week. But I could have been there. I'd have to see if I like run across the pits and I'm in there. But I know I was there for the race week. Like, I took off a week from work for that. So this is qualifying. We're starting season 1997, and I'm gonna go like a couple hours a day. I've got to make sure I do that because I've got my fingers in so many projects right now. Racing related and unracing related, that I've got to start not neglecting this because this is what means a lot to me, and I'm writing Dad's book. So.
Yeah, well, you know, it's you don't want to be greedy. It's a letdown for being so good, you know, through practice.
Dad's
and I'm sure
81 and just had a pacemaker.
It's a real good time to run. Last year we started dead last in this race, and I tell you what, everybody at the shop, this wasn't anything from any one person. This is something
then
from
he had a triple bypass. And he's still, they keep coming in for pit stops.
To all of us there, you know, we've come such a long way in a year. Okay, go talk to your driver. Greg Sachs out on the track to Jerry Punch.
These are videos of races he competed in so that I know
I'm real proud of this Valvoline
like who he was working with when, because he was kind of a lot like a suitcase Jake, and that's somebody that was hired like to help set up the chassis and travel and work with many teams. Now 97, this is 97, my dad will work with 2 teams. He'll work with Mike Wallace for 2 races, then Kenny Wallace. So this is an easy season. 96 and 95 were like so many people. But Gil Martin is with the 81 right now. And my dad is friends with Phil Martacci, so he would fly to the tracks with Phil and kind of help where he could as far as setting up the car, being a consultant. My dad got paid like in the end of his like full-time career, more consulting on chassis setup, and then like Newt Moore hired my dad on the 87 to help with shocks and angles of like the front end geometry, the rear end, like the 4 tire patches, how they work. So that's my background is mostly.
Second lap, 47.574, third quickest.
Yeah, it was just disappointing because we really thought we could run quicker in a 40. We thought we'd get in the 30s, but just didn't happen. I don't know what it was. Sometimes
80s, 70s and 80s. Okay, in the 70s, I was a teenager. I graduated in 79, and we were
57 now is a little lost, but third, and that's a lot better than I've ever done here, no doubt about that. But I sure like
we were
Dale Jarrett's going out right now.
racing modifieds, mostly what we called the tour before the tour was real. The modified tour never became an official modified tour until 85. And Dad came south in 81. I stayed north and raced with my husband at the time in local divisions up north. Through the 90s. I didn't move down to, well, that was like through the 80s, and then 92 to 95 I traveled back and forth till I moved full-time 95 to the south. Oh, you're Dutch, yes. I can help you maybe.
Sunday's Daytona 500.
I understand. I'm Finnish background, so I can help you. Like, okay, my father worked on the chassis, front end design, and your tire temps and all that. And that was his whole career, was building fast cars from the 60s to the
you were pretty close. 188.363. Eighth quick, Benny.
I want to say 81, and then 81 he went. That was modifieds, which is New England states like New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, mostly Connecticut, and he won a lot of track champions.
So here comes Dale Jarrett. This might decide.
Oh yeah, I mean I like the fact that he worked in many series. We started out on modifieds, then he went to Cup, which was Grand National in 81. Oh, one of my emotes is the first car he went south with to help. And that is this car. This car won the Talladega 500 in 81, but my dad worked full-time as a crew chief in 82 with that car. So he came down, he was still kind of dabbling in the New England modifieds. So the modifieds became a tour. They went on their way. Dad came south, we followed them. I stayed in New England until 1994. I moved to Florida. Then I came to North Carolina, then back to Florida. In 2000, no, wait a minute, 2020 I came back to Florida. So lots of lots of racing. And Dad went to IMSA from 84 until I want to say 88 or 9. The reason I wonder, whenever last week y'all ran that Road America, and that Nissan, the red, white, and blue Nissan, Jeff Brabham's car. My dad was involved and worked with that team. I have a picture. He's got like a whole team, and that I believe was in 1987 or 88. But he was with Firebird, GM, Dingman Brothers. Then he went to Nissan with the same drivers, actually, that he had over there. And then they started, the Cup started doing road courses. If you remember, back when, like, the Cup cars, the Busch cars all started doing road courses, it was because people like Mark Martin, Jeff Bodine were driving IMSA, driving the 24 hours and this and that. And IMSA and NASCAR decided to mesh some of those weekends or technology. So my dad's IMSA team started building a Cup car, so he was involved in that. It was Pontiac, late 89, and Pontiac being a Pontiac team, like, manufacturers meant a lot then too. Dad said that the motors they used on their team were R&D also for Petty, which is also Pontiac. So they were running a Fiero bodied car, but it was really a Spice chassis. It wasn't like a Fiero car, but it had a Fiero sheet metal, just like the Cup cars aren't really Toyotas. Anyway, yeah, he helped out a little bit with that kind of development. But see, they had GTO teams, GTU teams, GTP teams, and Dad was like GTO, GTU, mostly GTO. And I got to go to Lime Rock in '86, and they won that race, which was really cool. It was one of them races they did not run with the prototypes, but we got to see the prototypes run. But the GTO over a certain CC, or GTU under a certain CC, like, or CI, cubic inch CI, CC, cubic centimeter, CI. That's where I was talking with Pops the other night. I was trying to figure out what's it's not CC, it's CI. But anyway, yeah, over a certain cubic inch motor was a GTO and GTU, which is your GT3 on IMSA now, and the GT3 in real life, and the GT2s are the same cars now, but just less experienced drivers. So it's evolved, everything's changed, but it's still IMSA.
I'll tell you, Lowe's, Chevrolet, Richard Childress, Kevin, Terry Elledge, all the guys at the engine shop back there.
Yes, I like.
And David, so I could go on and on.
With the 87s, they've actually made them like in real life, where the Buick can push straight. The Monte Carlos had a straight bumper, and the Ford had a slight bump. So if you're being pushed by a Ford,
there's a rookie stripe on the back of the car that's going to lead
if
these guys
it's
into the
modeled
500,
like
how do
real
you come
life.
here and do that?
Go to work for
But
Richard
yeah, I
Childress
enjoyed
people
that
like Kevin
part
Hamlin
of
and David
racing
Smith and,
from
an
the
engine program,
garage
Gary
area
Wagner,
more
John
than
Richardson and these
I
guys.
really
I
haven't
guess
seen
that's how
a
you do it.
race
There's
from the
mechanics race
bleachers
qualifying.
full
I don't
time
know, I can't drive
since
with these guys.
probably
I don't have the experience to do that, but,
19.
we might lead one lap anyway.
Well,
We'll
when
see.
my kids were little, through the 80s, maybe 92.
Oh,
When I
without a
came
doubt.
south,
You know, when we ran the ARCA race here last year, Dale gave
even
me
in
a
'92, or I was always in the infield. The only races I went to in the bleachers were the Indy race that ran Charlotte. Lake got us all tickets for that.
Congratulations.
The opening of the Charlotte dirt track, we all got tickets to that, and we sat in the bleachers both of those times. And then Dad ran Hickory with, I want to say Fedowa in '98, and I sat in the bleachers for that. And, you know, Hickory, you can cross the track and go back into the infield and all of that good stuff, so that's fun. I went to Nazareth, I was in the pits when they won. Went to New Hampshire, I was in the pits when they won. But see, now, when Dad moved south, I was racing with our team up north. So we had a late model stock team. haven't.
Cope had a good run here
I think
this
I have
afternoon.
And Rick Mass, I
emote
said he'd be
of
okay in
that
that
too.
27th. I still
It's
think
very
that would be a pretty
small,
good
but
speed
it
to
was
fall
in
back
the
on if you did have trouble in the
late
125-mile qualifying
80s. I
race.
want to
Bit of
see
a disappointment for
88,
Sterling Martin back there in
89.
28th position. Schrader and
That was
Little
my car.
complete the
I painted
top
it
30.
actually. I lettered it. It was
Now,
a. It was
let's
a.
see what transpired between 31 and 45. These guys have got
Buick
some work
Regal.
to do.
At 38 cars,
And-
they're going to take out of the qualifying and the qualifying races and 4 provisionals.
Yeah.
If they go by
Yeah,
qualifying,
it
Jeremy
was
Mayfield
pretty fast.
would be the last car to qualify. Then
It
Morgan
actually
Shepherd, Jeff
run
Burton, all these
about
fellas that
6
missed the
to
show.
8th most
And
of the
a lot of work to be done
season,
with
and
these
then
guys.
all of a sudden I was
And
allowed to
David
set it
Green,
up. I
a
called
lot of
Dad.
work to do,
I'm
and
like,
Mike
Dad,
Wallace
we're
also
so
along
out
with
to
Dave
lunch.
Marcus, Gary Bradbury, and Del McCallum.
And he
But
gave
there
me
are
like
2
all
more
these
rounds
pointers,
of
and I know the
qualifying.
setup
Second
for
row,
Monadnock
second
in my
round on Monday,
brain
third
for a
row on
2500 or 24.
Well,
What do we have to be?
the
2450
begins, the very first car coming through with
car
the
in my
early go, and
brain,
they'll expect the
etched in my
top 10
mind, and it
qualifiers.
was
That's
written
what,
on my
Mike Skinner told
ex-husband's
Bill
wall
Everett
in
a moment ago.
Sharpie because
The
he got a
rule
little
of
upset. A
dues
woman
at his
kind of set up
post-race
his car.
inspection. They will
Okay,
check all the
so
lights.
I
You see
said,
Buster
don't
off
tell
the
nobody
pace
your
car
wife
out
set
of
it up. Here's your
1997.
setup,
He
and I
will
wrote it
work
all
the
on
circuit
the wall.
inspection. And they have Ernie Irvin, Haviland,
So,
Ford Thunderbird back
anyway,
there
yeah,
late.
I do
He
know
will
the
come up here
setup
to
for
the hot stick,
Monadnock,
and then they will take a deep breath if they get through.
but
Bill Weber.
that's on a late model that you
Jerry, I
had
think
4
the feeling out on pit road throughout
spring
the day
pockets
was that the
and all of
racing
that.
season began today. No matter what's happened in testing or the Busch Clash tomorrow, the season truly began today, and some guys showed some surprising muscle. Others were very disappointing, and that's exactly what we're going to see starting now all the way through the checkered flag in Atlanta. But
The day I
fans, if
set
you've
him
been
up,
waiting
he
all
finished
winter, you don't have
first
to
in
wait
the
anymore, because the
heat.
season this
He
year
like
began
blew the
today.
heat by
The big
like a
winners
half
so
a
far
lap
are Mike Skinner and Steve
and
Grissom.
weared all
What
the
an
tires
afternoon.
out for the
I can't wait
featured
for the rest
finish
of our
second
Speed Week
or
coverage,
something
guys.
like that. So.
Calm down, Bill.
And he was pissed.
Later tonight, Kenny
He was
Mayne with
mad.
the RPM Tonight report. That's at
But that
7
was
o'clock.
back in the,
Ned, Benny,
like I
and
said,
will
the
be
early
around on
90s. Girls
ESPN
don't
at 8
tell
o'clock
guys how
tonight
to
for
set
a
up
90-minute
cars.
recap of what
You
occurred
kidding
here
me?
this afternoon. Join us live at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon here
And I don't
or
care.
on ESPN, I should say, for the Archibald
I'll help
MRI
anyone that
200.
wants to know,
And
but I
NASCAR
don't know
today
it
at
all,
4
and I
o'clock Eastern
know a
time
little.
here on the Deuce. Spectacular shots provided by the Bud 1 airship, which has been seen by millions as it flies over the skies of places like the Superdome and Daytona International Speedway. He'll be back with us tonight on our coverage beginning at 8 o'clock. What a day for Mike
But I
Skinner
don't want
and
to
for Steve
stop. I
Grissom.
want to see the Clash. I might put the Clash on. I'll just have to take a break. Because if I don't, I'm going to get on like other projects that make me crazy. So.
Of Busch pole qualifying for a Daytona 500-mile race live here on ESPN2. And we'll have that 90-minute wrap-up show for you tonight, beginning at 8 o'clock Eastern Time over on ESPN1. Congratulations, Mike. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
So cool he's got the 3 truck back now. Childress had it for years and gave it to him. Or sold it to him or whatever, but it's with him, his family. Little side note. Okay, this is the Clash. And it's a raw feed, so
okay. And
it's got a lot of chitter chatter. I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to play the Clash. I'm just going to play the Clash.
Showdown among the All-Stars, and the race analysis looks like this.
Well, the 14 cars starting the race. 10 laps, 10 laps, 10 laps, 25 miles. Yeah. Oh, the first segment. Okay. Winner purse, $30,000 to the winner. And the race record here was set by Bill Elliott back in 1987, over 197 miles an hour.
Long before the restrictor deal. And just switch them as we keep going. And the track analysis, Darrell.
Yeah, here's the track. Of course, you can see it's 31 degrees banking in the turns, and what we're pointing to, I assume, is a good passing place or a good place to set somebody up to pass them. Okay, that's just showing the banking. Okay, 31 degrees, and there are 18 degrees through the trial wheel here, and it doesn't seem to be banked that much when you're actually out there on the racetrack. And the straightaway down the back is banked 6 degrees, and of course 6 degrees into a 31-degree banking is quite a ride.
For 2.5 miles. Now the breakdown of cars in the race, there are 7 Fords, 4 Chevys, 3 Pontiacs that make up the starting field. And let's take a look at some of the in-car cameras for today's race. Jeff Gordon coming out here with a unique paint job in the number 24. Sell some more toy cars.
I really am not happy about that, by the way.
Huh?
I'm not happy about that.
Getting into Waltrip's territory there.
I mean, if he'd have chromed that thing, I would have been tipped off. If the other one was a Rainbow Warrior, if that was a Rainbow, the other one, this must be a thunderstorm here.
In-car.
Dark cloud hanging over this baby.
Okay, now we got the in-car cameras, and we're looking first from Jeff Gordon's car, starting back there, shotgun, 14th position. And we have Ricky Craven, the Budweiser car. He's starting 11th. And here you see Ernie Irvin, the number 28. He'll be starting 7th on the field. And the guy that won it last year, Dale Jarrett, with that Robert Yates Ford, a lot of horsepower, starts 4th. And Jeremy Mayfield drops to, well, but I don't understand that. I mean, isn't it sort of the last row? It's Gordon's choice, isn't it? I mean, where he wants to start.
Oh, no. Well, no, I don't think so.
I'd sure rather be on the outside than the inside.
On the last row, you would?
Yeah.
You'd be worried about that? I don't know. I wouldn't be
Gordon.
I wouldn't be too worried about it, actually.
For Gordon?
Nah.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Possible pit interviews, possible grid. And I've got my second little grid here. I better get that out while I'm thinking about it. And then we have possible strategy. Then we have Buster Otten. Are we going to see Buster? We see the pace car. We don't see Buster.
The bus.
The bus. Bill Elliott?
Huh.
Okay. Okay, and Bill's there for just backgrounder, huh?
Not in it this year.
And not in it this year. Yeah, good story, sure. Mike Skinner on the pole.
Not as
well. There's so many seats. They keep adding. I mean, my heart in the old days, this would have been. Are we off headset for a moment? Is this pit stop time? Oh, it is. Okay, we're down for a minute. Okay, thank you. I'm off headset.
probably not a bad idea.
No.
What is it? What do I got to do to leave? I got to hook something here. Just this piece right here, up there. Take that off. Lay that right there. I'm free. I'm free. I'm free at last.
I'm feeding my kitty cat. I'll be right there. See that tall, like, tower? Look at, like, where it's at, okay? And you, like, look at the underneath of it and this and that. That's 97. I want to show you. I'm going to just minimize this real quick. That building. It was being built in 96 when I was there. Ain't that a trip? I think. I could be wrong, but I think that's what it is. Let me get you back up there.
Right here.
I'm guessing that's that building before it was built, because it's like half built. So I'm trying to think, like, now I looked at that. I'm off camera, thank God. I'm trying to fill a cat bowl, trying to fill my bowl, and I almost, like, switched the wrong one. I almost put cat food in my bowl. But yeah, I've been trying to figure out where I had that picture taken. And the only thing I can figure, I thought it was Dega, but I swear, like, I've still been looking at back tapes to figure out where the heck I was when that, and I have a Lake Speed sweater on, so we were with the 9 then, which tells me 96, which could have been the year before all that was built. And it kind of looks like it was half built. And then when I've seen later, it like, wait a minute, that looks really fun. I think that picture I just showed you was taken there. But I'm saying because we're all in like heavyweight clothes, it was definitely Speedweeks because it's freezing then. So it might have been 96 Speedweeks. My friend Lori and I drove down, but I don't remember if that was 96 or 97. I'm guessing 96. And she was also dating a guy that was on Lake's team, so yeah. She actually was Bobby Labonte's personal team scorer, but JD's personal assistant. And she has since moved back to California. She came out of the what they called the SCCA in the Baja, like Southern California, something. So in racing, you get to meet a lot of really cool people that race different genres of racing. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Gamer, Gamer, man. Are you clear now? Because I was hearing that earlier. Are you under any warnings? We get warnings here in Florida that suck like crazy. I'll be on my camera in a minute, trying to settle the kitty, trying to settle everything else. But I was watching Ryan Hall, y'all, which is the guy I watch that does the storm coverage. And for us, Hurricane Track, we watched that. That's Mark Sudduth. Oh, you too, man. Oh, Baseball Slice Hill. We had that in Florida probably in... My parents were living in Altamont Springs, and that was in the 86, 80, like 8, that was in the IMSA era. So that's like 84 to 88, 89. Can't quite remember. Like my dad, at one point, left the IMSA team, was doing his own fabricating shop, and then that was the time when he actually knew Smokey pretty good, too. I think. Yeah, Pops is in a part of, like, Texas is getting crap earlier this week, and then I didn't know you were getting it today. And I know Gamer Kid's right in the really, really, like, hot area right now for bad weather. In fact, I'll put on Ryan Hall, y'all. I don't care if I would put it up in the corner.
That's what we were just talking about a little bit ago. You know, I think you get things worked out with rules one way.
Let me see. I can actually pull up Ryan Hall, y'all, and in the corner. Because I understand that immediacy, because living in a hurricane, we got 3 hurricanes in the last season, all hit right here. And my sister, and from my parents' house all the way up to us to Jacksonville, was nasty. We're on the east coast of Florida near the Big Blue.
50 pounds dragging up off the corner on a short track's a big deal. 50 pounds here.
Max velocity's up. Let me see.
One instant to get going as fast as the guy that's 50 pounds. Is that a new rule, though? It has always been.
Do not look at news. Do not. Okay. I'm blind to anything but hurricanes. Max velocity, Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay. 55 watching, so that must be something good. Oops, sorry, that's gonna like... Why? Oh, okay, I'm on the other screen. I'm gonna keep it muted. Oh my God, he's looking at Michigan now? Tell me what.
What are we doing? Why are we doing this? What are we trying to accomplish? It never changes anything. You look at the results are the same. All it does is cost people lots of money that is unnecessary, and that's one of the arguments I have. Does it change the standing? No. Someone's doing good under certain rules?
Are you in the bottom part of Oklahoma?
But it won't change the race. Because by the race, everything's the same.
Because there's a lot of bad weather. Let me close that. While this is dicking around on the Bush Clash, I could fast forward it, but I don't like to. This guy here. That's not good when the red's near the green, right? I'm telling you, in North Carolina, I lived in Tornado Alley. I've seen 1, 2, 3 in-person severe tornadoes. But severe for North Carolina is like nothing like yours. Severe in North Carolina is like taking off a roof and knocking down trees. Not like devastation.
You just basically change the outside of the sheet metal that go on that car. All those cars down there have the same chassis.
See, like, I like this channel.
Let's make sure all of our stuff for the second half is ready.
All the cars down there, motors and bodies.
I like this channel because
Everybody here will drive it right in there for them with no complaint.
he has usually a tally of how many tornadoes are on there. I don't see it on this screen. That's one thing I liked, was when they would have the tallies of how many tornado warnings were up. I mean, the number would get big sometimes last year. But yeah, this is the guy I like to watch, but let me minimize him down. Yeah, that's getting nasty. Vera, I don't know. I think he's up in a little north of y'all, right? Is he north? Wow.
Sure, absolutely.
Wonder if I can somehow screen that. Like, down here. What the hell? It's not going to let me do it well. gotta do one more thing. Oh, he don't have his closed caption on. I don't know where he's looking. Oh, Lexington. Oh, he's up in the Kentucky.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys are okay, right? You're in Yukon. Okay. I got it off screen. I'll lift it up. Wow. Oh, it's bleeding through a little. My poor computer.
Sports presentation of the Busch Clash.
It's bleeding through into. It's muted like through my mind. Wait. Oh, I see what's going on. I plugged me back in. I had unplugged. Is my sound all wonky? Probably for a little bit. I plugged me back in.
You remember that Studebaker at Leroy used to bring down here for a modified race on Saturday? That thing was set on the pole about 20 miles an hour. Stop
Okay. I think they're just messing around here. And the Busch Clash is going to be when? When? Okay, here we go.
The most compelling action is on CBS Sports.
I got I got Ryan Hawley all up, and I'll monitor that as well for the time I'm on. It's off screen, but yeah. Here we go. I have a feeling it's going to get worse this evening. I'll be back on the screen just a second, but this looks pretty... It looks pretty calm right now. There's a few watch areas, but it looks pretty calm.
Here at Daytona, we have a perfect day to kickstart a new series of Winston Cup racing. And today, it's NASCAR's All-Star Race. The 14 fastest of 1996 in two 10-lap sprints for $370,000. Let's meet the pole sitter with Mike Joy.
Weather fascinates me. I've studied it all my life, just in all the areas I've lived, because I've been a gardener.
In this of all races, this sprint race, how hard is it to keep that front spot?
Well, that's going to be awful hard. I'll tell you, we weren't real happy with the car yesterday. It didn't run quite as good as we needed it to, and made some changes on it this morning. Put a new engine in it, changed the chassis up a little bit. So I don't know. We'll find out here in a little bit how good it is.
Okay. Now the defending Clash winner, Dale Jarrett, has the same car he won this race with last year, and that's bad news for a lot of these fellas. They say this move you have off turn 2, where you start up high, run down the hill, and take that bottom shot, allows you to pass anybody.
Well, I think what allows me, it's not anything I do. I assure you it's what's in those frame rails that allow me to do that. And Robert and Doug Yates and Steve Allen done a great job with the engine. Todd and the guys in the fab shop did a great job with the body. So I can drive the car about anywhere right now, and that's a lot of fun.
Well, you've met the defending Winston Cup and defending race champion. To meet the entire field, let's go to CBS Sports Motorsports editor who will call today's race, Ken Squire.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your all-star lineup for the 19th annual Busch Clash. Drawing 14th and last position, the 1995 Winston Cup champion, number 24, Jeff Gordon. Starting 13th, rookie Clash starter from Owensboro, Kentucky, number 37, Jeremy Mayfield. 12th on the grid, his second Clash, number 22, from South Boston, Virginia, Ward Burton. 11th, number 25, rookie Clash starter from Newburgh, Maine, Ricky Craven. Selecting 10th, number 16, from Franklin, Wisconsin, Ted Musgrave. Starting ninth, 6-time Flash winner, 7-time Winston Cup champion, number 3, Dale Earnhardt. Eighth position, rookie Flash driver, number 99, Jeff Burton. Picking 7th, 1991 Daytona 500-mile champion, native of Salinas, California, number 28, Ernie Irvin. Drawing 6, rookie class starter, number 30 from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Johnny Benson. 5th place, his 3rd Busch class start, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 18, Bobby Labonte. 4th position, 2-time and defending Daytona 500-mile champion, defending class champion, number 88, Dale Jarrett. 3rd position, 1989 Winston Cup champion, from St. Louis, Missouri, number 2, Rusty Wallace. Outside of row 1, 18-time Winston Cup winner, number 6, from Batesville, Arkansas, Mark Martin. And on the pole, the 1985 Busch Clash winner, the 1984 and defending Winston Cup champion, number 5, Texas, Terry Labonte. Ladies and gentlemen, your starting field for the 1997 Busch Clash. Drivers, to your cars.
CBS Sports presentation of the Busch Clash is sponsored by Smooth Busch Beer and Easy Drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR. Goodyear, #1 in tires. The Ford F-150, strength after strength after strength. And by Econo Lodge. Spend a night, not a fortune at Econo Lodge.
Starting ninth, 6-time Flash winner, 7.
It's NASCAR's all-Clash winner. Dale Jarrett has the same car. He won the defending Winston Cup and defending
from Newburgh, Maine, Winston Cup champion.
We'll find out here in a little bit how good it is.
Okay, now the defending Clash winner.
Okay, there we go.
Has the same car he won this race with last year. And that's bad news for a lot of these fellas. They say this move you have off turn 2, where you start up high, run down the hill, and take that bottom shot, allows you to pass anybody.
Well, I think what allows me, it's not anything I do. I assure you it's what's in those frame rails that allow me to do that. And Robert and Doug Yates and Steve Allen done a great job with the engine. Todd and the guys in the fab shop did a great job with the body. So I can drive the car about anywhere right now, and that's a lot of fun.
Well, you've met the defending Winston Cup and defending race champion. To meet the entire field, let's go to CBS Sports Motorsports editor who will call today's race, Ken Squire.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your all-star lineup for the 19th annual Busch Clash. Drawing 14th and last position, the 1995 Winston Cup champion, number 24, Jeff Gordon. Starting 13th, rookie Clash starter from Owensboro, Kentucky, number 37, Jeremy Mayfield. 12th on the grid, his second Clash, number 22, from South Boston, Virginia, Ward Burton. 11th, number 25, rookie clash starter from Newburgh, Maine, Ricky Craven. Selecting 10th, number 16, from Franklin, Wisconsin, Ted Musgrave. Starting 9th, 6-time Flash winner, 7-time Winston Cup champion, number 3, Dale Earnhardt. 8th position, rookie Flash driver, number 99, Jeff Burton. Picking 7th, 1991 Daytona 500-mile champion, native of Salinas, California, number 28, Ernie Irvin. Drawing 6, rookie class starter, number 30, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, Johnny Benson. 5th place, his 3rd Busch Clash start, from Corpus Christi, Texas, number 18, Bobby Labonte. 4th position, 2-time and defending Daytona 500-mile champion, defending Clash champion, number 88, Dale Jarrett. 3rd position, 1989 Winston Cup champion, from St. Louis, Missouri, number 2, Rusty Wallace. Outside of row 1, 18-time Winston Cup winner, number 6, from Batesville, Arkansas, Mark Martin. And on the pole, the 1985 Busch Clash winner, the 1984 and defending Winston Cup champion, number 5, Texas, Terry Labonte. Ladies and gentlemen, your starting field for the 1997 Busch Clash. Drivers, to your cars.
CBS Sports presentation of the Busch Clash is sponsored by Smooth Busch Beer and Easy Drinking Busch Light. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR. Goodyear, number 1 in tires. The Ford F-150, strength after strength after strength. And by Econo Lodge. Spend the night, not a fortune at Econo Lodge.
Is he talking to me? Got it.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
The temperature may break 70. The 14 drivers will face off against a headwind of about 10 miles per hour down the backstretch. The man everyone is talking about, as always in this race, is starting 9th, and he's standing by with Dick Berggren right now.
Well, it's a go-fast kind of race, and this is a go-fast kind of driver, Dale Earnhardt. He's made this show 10 times. He has won it 6 of the 10. How about it, Dale? You ready to go get him?
Not quite, but I'm getting buckled up here.
Is there any strategy for this event other than running flat out?
Right, flat out.
Well, that's the way he's going to have to run it. He's got a great horse to run it in, Ken Squire. This is the same car that finished 2nd in last year's Daytona 500.
The Duke speaks. The man in black, the Intimidator, ready to give it a go here today. Hello, everyone, and nice to have you with us at Speed Weeks coming up, the 125, the 300, the 500, all on CBS this year, and joining us once again to do all of that the two-time Winston Cup champion, Ned Jarrett. Let's talk about this race for just a moment.
Well, to get into Ken, you had to win a pole position during the 1996 NASCAR Winston Cup season. 14 drivers did that, but one of them was not eligible for the Busch Clash. Bobby Hamilton actually won 2 poles during the season, but Richard Petty, his car owner, chose not to carry the Busch decal on his race car. And that's a family thing, the choice of his own to make, and he's in the garage today. So, with him out of it, there were 13 of the pole winners that's in the race, and then there's a wild card entry, and that is Rusty Wallace coming from the second round fastest qualifiers. It's a 2-segment race. They run 10 laps flat out, and then they stop. They can change tires, service the cars, and then they run 10 more laps with an inverted start, and that's where it really gets exciting. And the caution laps do not count in this race, and they're running for a purse of $370,000.
I have to tell you, Richard Petty, 59 years of age, was saying that the reason that he was not in this race was because he'd have trouble with his mother Elizabeth if he ever ran that kind of a decal. Remember 1981? Well, if you were here, you saw a great finish. Right to the line came Benny Parsons, and the guy just barely in front of him, the loser the year before, was the winner that year. And he's been in 12 of these clashes. It's a delight to have Darrell Waltrip join us.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, very much.
Let's talk
a great
strategy.
race. Yeah, it's a great race. The first strategy is to have that attitude that Earnhardt just had. Man, somebody ticked him off before they even dropped the green flag. So attitude is part of it. Everybody's got to be in this race. They do things to the cars a little different. They tape the grills up where the cars, I mean, you're going to melt this thing down. It's 2 5-lap qualifying runs if you want to look at it that way. They're going to melt them down. You got to hold it wide open at all costs. And you want to lose the first segment so you can start in the front and win the second segment.
But the nature of a race driver is to pass everybody they possibly can. They want to go to the front if they can. You take Jeff Gordon starting back there in 14th position. I got to feel that he wants to check his car out, see if he can pass somebody, and he'll be able to find that out in the first couple of laps. And then if it don't work too good for him, then he can just stay back there and start up front in the second race.
Yeah, everybody's got to be in the gate. The spotter's got to be on his toes. We got a short race here. Everybody's got to be sharp. The crew chief's got to be helping the driver. The driver's got to have that game face on. This is an exciting race. They kind of just feel each other out for the first 10 laps. They may just kind of rub each other in that first 10 laps. Look out in the second 10, though. That's when you better wake up Leroy.
And Ken, the cars are set up a little different for this race than they are for the Daytona 500 because of the shortness of it.
So we're just about down to it, ready to get that command to fire this one up and get the 1997 Winston Cup season underway with this, the Busch Clash. Let's go trackside.
Today's Grand Marshal, the Regional Director of Public Supermarkets, Mr. Ralph Phillips. Gentlemen,
it's kind of nice without a whole lot of commercials where you just see them just chilling around and they have to make shit up. It's awesome. Those sounded so good.
Again over Daytona. We'll be back with a start in just a moment.
Stopwatch out of it.
If that didn't sound so good, I would have fast forwarded already.
Where's my stopwatch? Here. I've lost my
Stopwatches. No joke. You couldn't watch a race without one. Who's catching who was all in your hand. Now that 24 paint was fly.
Roll out Daytona. Back of the field getting organized. Different colors on that number 24.
Yeah, that's his new paint job. If that other car was a rainbow, this must be a thunderstorm here. It's a dark cloud coming at you.
Just for this race. Race analysis here, Ned.
Well, there are 14 cars starting the race. 10 laps this first segment, 25 miles, and the winner can take home $30,000. Bill Elliott ran over 197 miles an hour to win this race back in 1987. Of course, that was before the days of the restrictor plates.
Track analysis, Darrell?
Yeah, what we've got here is that this track is 31 degrees through the corners, pretty high bank. Only Talladega is higher. And then as we move off the corner, that's off turn 2 there, and you move down the straightaway, or into the tri-oval actually. The tri-oval is 18 degrees, and it doesn't drive that way. It did fit. The tri-oval feels fairly flat, so not a real big transition out of the tri-oval onto the short straightaways, which are banked 6 degrees, just like the back straightaway is. But let me tell you, when you come off that back straightaway 6 degrees into that 31-degree banking, that, my friend, is a real ride with a lot of downforce.
And on this 2.5-mile track, the car that seems to cut the best and have the most power coming off that number 2 turn has been the number 88 of Jarrett, who's driving the same car in which he won this race a year ago. Manufacturer's breakdown for this race: 7 Fords, 4 Chevrolets, 3 Pontiacs, ready for the go.
Yeah, it takes a lot of horsepower to do what he does over there, and everybody knows that he's got the horsepower. If he can get himself in a position, he should be a real favorite in this race.
Take a look at the in-cars here. You're riding with Jeff Gordon, shotgun position, last on the field, 14.
That looked like a long way to the front, doesn't it?
Ricky Craven starts 11th, pride of New England in the Budweiser, number 25. Ernie Irvin's number 28. He'll start 7th today, right in the middle of this block. And then there's last year's winner, Jarrett, number 88, outside of that second row.
You got to tell yourself it's a 10-lap race. It's 10 laps to go in the Daytona 500, and you got to have at it right now if you're going to win the thing.
Good analogy. Hey, they get
one lap.
You know, that's where I think Earnhardt has a big advantage. He can think like that. And the other guys are kind of, like I said, the first 10 laps, they kind of feel each other out. Excuse me, pardon me, can I get in here? He doesn't feel that way.
The starting order for the second segment of the Busch Clash, inverted from how they finished in segment 1. We wondered how the drivers would approach this first segment.
I'll try to maneuver around, see what my car can do by itself, or you know, around other cars, the first 10-lap segment, and then after that, you know, that's when my strategy starts coming in. If I can't win the first segment, then I think that, you know, I'm going to try to be somewhere mid-pack so that it's a little bit easier to try to get to the front for the second segment.
A lot of guys, they say if you lag back in the first segment and you end up starting in the front, it's better. But, I mean, most of the guys know it's not, because just about the time you get to the first corner, you'll get drafted by in the back straightaway.
I race for every position because that's what I do. So, you know, we're going to try to lead anything we can or be as high up in the finishing order as we can, just because the fans expect that and deserve, you know, that.
Mark Martin, his 10th appearance in the Clash. 3 drivers have been here for 11 previous runs. They include Terry Labonte and Rusty Wallace in this one, as we get set, and of course Earnhardt coming to green this time by.
Well, they get the engines revved up and get ready to go when the pace car pulls off the track coming off of turn 4.
Yeah, we got a new pace car driver.
And Buster Otten is taking over for the late Elmo Langley, 2-time Winston Cup winner, who died of a heart attack while we were in Japan at the end of the year.
I think in those pieces we just saw, some drivers drive with their heart, some drivers drive with their head, some drivers drive for the mighty dollar. That's what we got here.
Out of 4.
I'd like to have a heart monitor on those guys right now, because mine's beating 900 miles an hour.
Pace car is in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 1997 Winston Cup style.
Boy, big move for Labonte. He got a great start. That may have been set up. Him and Mark may have decided to do that.
Mark jumped right down behind him as soon as Labonte jumped out in front.
Ernie Irvan tries for the inside, 3 wide into 1. And busts his way through. Coming up to speed. They won't attain full speed till about turn 3. Here's Earnhardt looking on the inside of Bobby Labonte. 3 wide.
That's the Earnhardt trademark. Coming off of that second turn, he got the draft. And here he goes, passing them. Bobby Labonte going backwards, Earnhardt going forwards.
Yeah, Labonte, I watched him in practice. That Pontiac is not as fast as that Chevrolet was last year. They've still got some work to do.
Now they come to complete lap number 1. Terry Labonte out in front, hanging right on the rear bumper. It's the number 6, the colors of Mark Martin, and right with him comes Rusty Wallace in the number 2. So as you stack them up at the present time, it's a couple of 4.
I'm pretty disappointed. Earnhardt, he ain't going nowhere. He's kind of hung up right where he started. And those 4 guys out front are just booking on. So that's big.
Yeah, they're hooked up in single file out there while the others race for position back there, and they're just pulling away.
Yeah, they won't get away. There's no way you can get away. As soon as these guys back here bunched up, get lined up, they'll catch them back. But I'm surprised Earnhardt couldn't go any further up than he did.
Well, he doesn't really have any room there now, Darrell. There's not much of a place for him to go.
No, it's not. He bumper to bumper, as we say. Door handle to door handle.
Coming around to complete lap number 2.
Oh, here he goes. He's looking down on Ernie there.
He decided that might not be the place to do that, so he backs off.
Oh, man. Now,
backs off and got past.
You know something? That's exactly what happened. And
that's a replay of last year.
You don't think Earnhardt's turned into the strategist here, do you?
Well,
can't believe it.
Maybe
this is not what we would expect from him, I know.
186.6 that last lap.
Terry Labonte leading. First time since 85 he's led in the clash.
And you heard him say in the opening, Ken, they changed motors, they changed the chassis, they've made a lot of changes. Looks like it's working.
The 1985 winner of the event comes down out of turn 4. Leading once again, Mark Martin is in second, Wallace is in third, Dale Jarrett up to 4th. Keep your eye on that 4th place car, number 88.
Picked up to 187.7 on.
You know, and that's down a couple of miles an hour over qualifying speed. So, you know, they're not setting a blistering pace by any means.
Take a look at this. Craven just picked up 2 spots as he moved under Ernie Irvan. Challenges Ward Burton in the 22 to Dick Berggren.
Larry McReynolds is Earnhardt's new crew chief this year. So far, Earnhardt hasn't said a word to McReynolds, who is just standing here in the pits watching television, shaking his head. He said this was not the plan. They did want to go to the front. They don't know what's wrong with the car. They won't let him do that, though.
Boy, did you see Ernie Irvan? He was 3 wide down on the apron and showed a little maturity there. He backed off.
That was a smart move to back off because it
Craven
got trouble.
Craven got left out of the draft and slid back.
Irvan has a fast race car. Here he goes again. He's going to make it 3 wide into 1. He has a run. He might make it work this time.
Yeah, he's got the position this time, Ned, and there he goes. He's got a fast car, and he'll help the guys up there in front of him if he catches them.
14 cars starting, 16 a year ago. Good field. 1 wild card, Rusty Wallace, for the 3rd time in his career, the wild card selection where they'd have a drawing from the blimp.
Don't look now, but we're coming up on halfway.
Yeah, this one gets your blood going.
It really does. And you know, that surprises me, the 4 cars that are up front like they are. I knew Terry starting on the pole had it, you know, that's a good place to start, but I didn't know if he could stay there or not.
He's hanging right there, and I think that threesome back behind them have hooked up in single file, and they're gaining on the leaders.
That's the 99 of Jeff Gordon leading that threesome.
You're not going to get away very long if you can keep everybody in line. Everybody will get back together if they'll stay a single file.
There's that trio running just behind the front 4, led by Jeff Burton. You see directly behind him the 16 of Musgrave, and then Johnny Benson. Now here's Ernie Irvan squeezing one off on the inside. That's going to move him into 8th. Drop Ward Burton to 9th. Benson stays 7th. Musgrave 6th. Burton, that trio moving in a little.
Yeah. See, that's the worst thing that can happen to Ernie. They get side by side, and he's stuck. There he goes. He made it 10.
3
impacts cars as we get down to the side of this first segment.
Those front four are saying, boy, just let these laps run out. And the next three back there are saying, how many more we got to go?
That's right. They need more time.
Mayfield in 10th spot, number 37.
Well, I never would have believed it, but it looks to me like Earnhardt and Gordon are positioning themselves for the second 10 laps.
I think that's exactly what's happening.
Unbelievable qualifying yesterday, and the man on the pole for the Daytona 500 next Sunday is standing by with Mike Joy.
He's the 95 Craftsman Truck Series champ, Ken, and he'll start his first ever Daytona 500 from the pole. Mike Skinner, what are you learning from what you see here in these first 10 laps?
I'll tell you, I can't wait to do that next year. This is a lot of fun.
Well, he's qualified for the Busch Clash. Any surprises from what you've seen thus far?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that Dale didn't get a little bit better start, but he's getting to be a pretty good strategist. This thing is a long ways from over.
That's right. Earnhardt, of course, is Mike Skinner's teammate in Winston Cup racing this year, Ken.
Mike Skinner on the pole for the Daytona 500, and Grissom will start along beside him for Larry Hedrick.
And right now you got Head running first, you got Hart running second, and you got Money running third. See what happens.
All right. Head, Hart, and Money.
There they go.
But there's a lot of heart in that number 2 for sure.
Yeah, and that 88 is sitting there maybe in the best place of all of them. If he's as strong as they say he is, this could be ideal for him.
I don't believe he's as strong as he showed in practice, Darrell. I don't believe that car is working quite as well as it maybe did in practice. And that other group has caught up to him there now, the other 3 cars. So now you have a 7-car draft up front.
Mark Martin perched right there in second spot. Looked like he was going to take a shot out of 2. Wind it up. Dale Jarrett back there in 4th place, giving us these pictures at 190 miles an hour. You're watching it live, the Busch Clash, to start the Winston Cup season. Next Sunday, the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. It's right here on CBS with some 80 cameras. To 80, that's right, to bring you all the action. They continue to move them around in the draft. Right to the outside goes Jarrett.
He's looking up there.
Are we? We're coming up on the halfway, aren't we? 10 laps. I mean, this is the last lap right here.
First segment coming down.
This is where it gets interesting. Who's got what?
Here comes Rusty trying to make a move. Or Martin had gotten around Rusty Wallace, and he's trying to make a move. He wants to Ford to win it, but I don't think he's going to win this first segment. Terry Labonte has him covered.
Terry's got him covered this time.
Down they come to complete the first half. Into the line, and to start 10 laps will be Terry Labonte. Right with him comes Martin to the outside. Shoving it forward across the stripe with Rusty Wallace in 3rd. Well, it'll be interesting to see what will happen with those guys who are out back in this one.
Now you see they'll be able to come in, make a pit stop, and service those cars, make some changes. Some of them will certainly want to do that, and see if they can do better the next one.
CBS Sports coverage of the 1997 Busch Clash continues after this message and a word from your local station.
Yes, I would. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, be great.
Inside the pit stall. Inside the pit stall. Standard pit stop. We're only allowed 7 men. So, guys, when you get done with tires, come back over the wall. Ricky, you know what to do. All right, Jeff, I didn't hear what you were saying. Inside the pit stall. Inside the pit stall. Right. When you're done, there'll be nothing in the left and a half in the right. Mike Trower, you're clear on what you're going to do.
track condition is caution. The first half of the 1997 Busch Clash has been completed. A relentless Terry Labonte came off the point and wouldn't give it up. Here's the order on that first run. Labonte, Marlin, Wallace, the top three.
Mark Martin in second place, and Dale Jarrett in fourth. Ted Musgrave moved to take fifth at the start-finish line, moving around the Jeff Burton car.
Gordon to 12th on that finish. Ricky Craven got himself a 9th. Mayfield in 10th. So when they line them up, those that were in the rear will be up in front, and that means you're going to have Earnhardt and Bobby Labonte in the front row. Let's go to Dick Berggren.
Well, Earnhardt is going to be coming in here very shortly. Here he comes now, and they're going to put 4 fresh tires on it. Stickers, that was a last-minute decision. They were going to put tires on the car that had been roughed in earlier, and at the very last minute, Larry McReynolds said no stickers. The problem with the car seems to be, have you heard this story before? Ignition. Same sort of situation they had last year. They're switching to the second ignition system, and hopefully he'll have a better shot at the second half. That's the one that really counts. Let's go to Mike Joy.
In the defending champions pit, Dale Jarrett, they put a right front tire on Jarrett's car and made a very slight chassis adjustment to the left rear jacking screw. And it looks like they're starting to let a little air out of the left rear tire, and now they're going to replace it. The left sides, they're mounting sticker tires, a contrast to what Dick Berggren reported. And having a little look at a tire rub here on the left rear fender. Hot stickers on the left side, and little change here on the right side. He's talking to his driver, as you can hear in the background. To torque it up. What changes are you making, and why?
The car's a little bit tight, Mike, so we'll took around the bite out of it, add a little air pressure to the right rear, and send him on his way, and hopefully he can go from the back to the front like he did last year.
Hood is up on Bobby Labonte and on Johnny Benson. Ken?
Field getting organized for the restart and the second half of this race. Inverted start. Action in the $370,000 Busch Clash. I have the blimp pop, please. May I? Jennifer, may I have the blimp pop?
He did. It sounds much better to me.
Yeah. Miles an hour. Of course, there were no cautions. The biggest move was Ted Musgrave, who started 10th and finished 5th.
The Budweiser blimp and its eye in the sky camera, proud to provide you with these live shots 1,000 feet above this 2.5-mile racing facility.
Yeah, right now is when the driver, reality just hit him when he comes back around. He says, golly, why'd I win that first segment? Look where I am now.
Well, here comes Earnhardt. 91, 93, 95. Odd years. This is 97. As you take a look at that inverted grid, it's like short track racing on Saturday night. We got Bobby Labonte and Dale Earnhardt in row 1. In row 2, there's Jeff Gordon and Ward Burton. Row 3 will be Jeremy Mayfield and Ricky Craven. For row 4, Ernie Irvan, Johnny Benson there. Row 5, Jeff Burton, Ted Musgrave with that big move in the first 10-lapper. Row 6 is Dale Jarrett and Rusty Wallace. And row 7, Mark Martin and Terry Labonte. They'll be men on a mission. Here's Mike.
Bobby Labonte's crew had the hood up for some time, Ken. They think the ignition timing is off. If he's driving a Ford, that wouldn't be a problem. The distributor's on the front of the engine, but with a Chevrolet, they would have to take off the cold air box and the air cleaner to get to it. They closed the hood and sent him out there the way it was.
There's a big difference in the money in the first segment versus the second segment. So, you know, you got to think about that. I mean, the way the race is set up, you got to figure out, you got to have a little bit of strategy. We were talking about passing people, but you got to know where you're going to be at the second segment. That's when it counts.
And you pick a hole and try to hope it's the right hole and try to fill it.
14 Busch Clash starters represent 11 Winston Cup championships. That's Ray Evernham. 150 pole positions, 198 victories, $109 million in winnings rolling around that track. Jeff Gordon settles down and gets ready for this run. And he's wishing Rick Hendrick well. Going in for some treatment in the hospital.
Yeah, I'd like to say hi to Rick, and also like to say hi to my dad, and hope he's doing all right today.
How is Leroy?
He's doing very well. He's taking some treatments now, and, you know, I miss you, Dad. I wish you was here.
Your biggest fan. Well, here's Jeff Gordon looking out from the inside of row 2. Pace car coming in. We're ready to go racing once again. With Ned Jarrett, Darrell Waltrip, I'm Ken Squires. We watch them come to the line for the 97 Busch Clash decision time. 10 laps.
Clear if you want it.
See, Labonte hadn't been able to go. You know, his cars looked like it was real slow, but he got a good start there.
Fading back a couple of spots. Earnhardt just getting his breath.
He probably didn't want to get hung out if he could help it.
Look at Jarrett coming out of the back.
Oh, that's a perfect scenario when you're in the back. They're 2 or 3 wide up ahead of you. It really gives you a lot of draft.
Jeff Burton goes. Benson goes. Craven trying to stop him. Started to move out. And look at right in between cars, Ernie Irvan.
Wow, Jarrett hoped to follow him through there, but he couldn't get there quick enough. That gap closed up on him.
But he took 4. Ernie Irvan's race cam.
He's the guy that's on the move. He's
190 miles an hour.
And we got him 3 abreast back there now to get down to 2 as Ricky Craven backed off a little bit.
Out in front, Bobby Labonte. Jeff Gordon still lying there in second spot.
And there goes Gordon. I think he's got the move right there in the turn. He probably should bring Rusty with him.
And Rusty came from 12th to 3rd in 1 lap.
And there's Ernie right there, too. So they're looking pretty good right now.
What a move on Rusty Wallace, going reminiscent of some of Dale Earnhardt.
Look at Jeremy Mayfield down here, Ned. Jeremy Mayfield 3 wide down on the inside, and he's going by.
Dale Jarrett on the bottom, headed for 3. Lost it down in.
Ernie had a problem. Ernie really had to get out of the throttle. Ken, look at him. He fell way back.
14 guys with one thing on their mind. Checkers or records before this one's over.
There's still 3 abreast. Bobby Labonte, the meat in the sandwich. He's just trying to hang on there.
I'm really impressed with Labonte because, I mean, he didn't run that well in the first segment. Well, no, he's falling back. That's Ford Burton is up in there.
Ricky Craven works on the bottom of the 88. Down
Come on, baby, come on.
That a boy.
Come on, Brian. Jump up and down with me.
Yeah. That's Todd in there. That's your cheerleader. That's what I tell you. Everybody gets in this race.
Todd Parrott, the crew chief for number 88. Dale Jarrett. You saw Benson just slip down to the inside as they hit the 3rd turn. Jeff Gordon out in front. Rusty Wallace in that 2nd spot.
Earnhardt. Well, you know, we didn't hear him say anything was wrong with Gordon's car in that first segment, so I think he was probably just doing what we thought he'd do and get himself up front in the second half.
Ward Burton is in 4th.
There's a flash flood emergency for some area. I better keep this down here.
Jerry got what he wanted. I won the first segment. Joe had the second.
Got his 30,000.
That's right. I had a good show. Made my sponsor happy.
Listening to Todd Parrott trying to bring the 88 of Jarrett around as Gordon continues to lead. Wallace number 2 in 2nd and Earnhardt number 3 secures 3rd, and there's about a 2-car length interval between position as they come down out of 4.
Yeah.
You got to be impressed with Ward Burton and Jeremy Mayfield. I mean, those are young guys that are very inexperienced.
I know that banner and stuff is a pain, but
back in 6. Jarrett, 7th, Benson.
If I got rid of it, I wouldn't know how to get it back.
3 Pontiacs came out for the start. Now take a look up in front. Here is Gordon leading. Gets himself about a 1-car length advantage off
It
that.
still looks like Seymour,
second turn.
Texas
If you can
is
get
the
out of there,
focus.
right.
Everything else appears there's only one tornado warning. See the red square? Everything else is thunderstorm.
Mike Joy standing by, former winner of this event.
87 winner of the Clash and the 500. He's been in 14 straight Busch Clashes. Bill Elliott, what are you seeing out here now?
Well, it looks like if
Anyway, that's Ryan Hall, y'all. If you look it up
but it's going to depend
on
on if
YouTube.
Gordon will give him the room to pull down on him. As I saw in the last race,
He's got a lot of connections on the ground as well as a really good radar
Rusty pulls
connection
down
to
on
it.
Gordon and gets it too wide, I think
It looks like that's getting really
If the front two
circular.
cars or
It's
three
like
cars
really
stay single
huge.
file, are you afraid to pull out if you're behind them? Well, I think at this situation, it's, you know, for no longer in the race is, I'd try to pull out, because whatever you lose,
If that
either
was
you go in the race or
spinning,
you
that
go to
would
the
be
back,
like
and
the
you know,
biggest
seconds ain't
ever.
gonna do no better. So
And
I'd
it's
go
not
for
a
it.
good looking
zero, Ken? Absolutely.
signature
Bill
with that
Elliott, man who started this race 14 times,
almost
but
an
not in
S,
it this year.
almost
Last
like got
lap
a
at
comma, like a
188.4.
fun,
That's a
like
lot
a
quicker than the
tropical
first
storm,
race, and I'll tell you
but
something.
tinier.
People at home may not realize it, but that guy in front right now is doing a lot of defensive driving. He's not running the line that he would be normally running if he wasn't trying to hold them guys behind him. He runs the middle of the racetrack. He runs around a good bit off the corner, different lines, seeing if there's anything there.
When Mommy
Jarrett
took
looking
her
on the
break,
high
he
side,
was
nothing there, and Ernie Irvin
sleeping.
comes underneath him, sets him back, and with him goes to number 6. Now another spot mark. But more on Ernie Irvin. Let's go down to the pits.
Ken, they're not happy with Ernie Irvin's car. They're not exactly sure what's wrong. Robert Gates said it just won't run.
That is a good sign, because at first it looked like really not too good.
Going into 3 over, and it looked like took the air off this spoil, and he really sent him backwards. He's coming back now, though.
Gordon continuing to stay on the point, and Wallace after that.
The
first
front
lap
line
move
looked
from
like
12th
it
to
would
7th.
be, if I was in North Carolina, it would be like a straight line wind thing that does damage, because it was so like solid. But where we lived, a little bit of the Blue Ridge Mountains and Parkway and Mount Mitchell, who it's really tall, like the storms kind of split up around that one big mountain. And though I've seen, like I said, 3 tornadoes with my eyes and been through them, 4 come through our area.
Standing up here, it looks like it's that you've got to have help.
And,
Yeah,
well,
I'll tell you,
4th
we did a little
being
drafting
down here in
practice down here
Florida,
the
like
winter,
about a
and,
mile
with
down the
cold air
road.
box. It seems like you get right up behind the car and it hits the brakes. I
That
don't
was
know if we're
just a
seeing
near
little bit of that
miss.
right here or not. We'll find out next Sunday, I reckon, or maybe Thursday in the 125.
But
What
yeah,
he means by that, Ken, is this time the air
it's
cleaner
kind
is
of
hooked up
different. Like
directly to
your
where the air goes
tornadoes
into the
are
engine.
massive. Ours would be more like treetop level
Well, I'd say that's going to be helpful.
and like rip
the engine
roofs,
itself.
like
Now we
not
come down to
flattened
5 to
buildings
go.
like what
Gordon
you
first,
deal with.
Wallace second, Earnhardt third.
Ours is more like
38
knocking
is in
trees
fifth.
down, and we had one though go through the house we bought
You're down by 3. Give it to Michael
was
Jordan and see if he can sink it.
through a huge tornado, and it was a tornado enough to rip up asphalt.
Altitude. This is the
But
toughest part in the race right here. Is when you come off that corner
it took,
and want to know if you wonder
like,
if you got enough
there
to
were
make the move or
some
not, and he doesn't
buildings
have.
that were homes built. It was a farm
pretty much a
rural
done deal,
area,
it's
but
made.
well populated. It was kind of in this certain church area that we lived in, and we went there, and a lot of soybean fields and things like that. And up the road from us was this house that eventually got demolished, but they said that the tornado knocked it off its foundation. It was like huge. Now ours was right there too, and they said that there were a bunch of cedars around our home, and I saw pictures, which was really strange. I left them for the new owners, where it was a wooded home, and when we bought it, it was like on a big lawn and like no trees. I planted all kinds of stuff over that course, but they said the cedars folded around the house and protected it, and
That's where you'll be headed. To
I
meet
saw
the
where they
winner
patched
of
the roof in one
1997
spot
Busch
before
Clash
we
right after this.
like bought it, but it was like kind of weird. Being in the woods was better for it, but then they had to clear everything out, and but I've never, like when they put in the road again, it was like all
good time, wasn't
wonky according to the deeds in the old mountains of North Carolina.
It wasn't very long,
But
was it?
yeah, that was this.
I mean, I'm not.
It's
I'm not
almost
even-
like
I
a
hadn't even looked
tornado
up a swim.
alley, for real.
Yeah, but you got the tie.
Because I saw
Nice
two
tie.
tornadoes right there. Another one.
Well, if I had a tie
within,
like yours, I'd be
actually,
upset.
Be careful. Elizabeth
another
might be
one
watching
within.
on
Looks like they. Yeah, still the same warning. Seymour. I'm gonna move that up. But wait a minute, so I can fast forward.
Okay.
But if you look up Harmony,
know
North
what
Carolina,
happened. I just saw
it's
him
like
going
had so
backwards
many
all the
tornadoes
Pretty much dictated the race.
in that little town. Oops. I don't want to
Okay.
cut off Gordon. Okay.
Back with you at Daytona, and let's go right to victory lane with Mike Joy.
Jeff Gordon climbs out. Ray Abraham told him, don't jump on the roof. They've still got to get this car through post-race inspection. Second win in the Busch Clash for Jeff Gordon in that second half. It started out kind of wild there, and then you took command.
That is a good run. Oh, thank you.
I got a real bad start
Yeah,
on that first
Pops,
10
I'm
lapper,
gonna
and,
cut
you know,
out
then
too
Earnhardt was
real
battling
quick.
me for who was going to be on the front
And,
row for the second 10 lapper, but you know, I knew the whole key was
Get
to
some
restart,
rest. We gotta
that
get
last
up
time,
in the
and
morning
Bobby Labonte's car didn't
and
really,
get
you know,
him
take
another
off real
blood
well,
test
so I
that
gave
has
him a
to
little
be
bit of
done
help,
before
and,
9
you know, when I got in
because
front
of
Earnhardt,
whatever
I thought, man, this is
reason
exactly
he
what we need
slept
to do,
in
and,
so
if I
he
can just
could
get
do
by
it
Bobby
at
now,
10.
Rusty
And they
actually
wouldn't
helped me out
take
a little
him.
bit there, and I might learn a little bit
And
from
they
him
said,
in
why
Japan.
can't you get here at 9? He
you're
said
saying
he
it's better to
already
have the
was
lead than to
there
try
at
to take
10
it?
at the other place, and it
I mean,
was
there's
11
some
by
of
the
those guys that
time
have
he
real
got to
fast
that
cars. They
place.
can pull out and pass, but you got to have
And
a partner. That's all there is to it. If somebody doesn't pull out with you, and you got to have
Anyway,
more than one too.
he said,
then
what,
you're not going to go anywhere.
what would happen if I lived in Australia? Do I gotta come at 9 p.m.? He said I purposely slept in so I could come later.
Not doing as well as you might like.
They didn't
Well,
buy
I tried to
it.
get him to help me, but anyway, no, I'm real happy with it. The car ran
But,
really good.
good
Handled
old
perfect, and
healthcare.
just did all I could do. I got a good jump in that second restart.
If it didn't really happen, it would like really be funny.
Yeah, you got that
But
right. Qualified
anyway.
fourth yesterday. I really thought we could have got it on the front row for Penske and all the crowd, but we get up fourth, we'll be okay, I think.
Let's see if we can get Dale Earnhardt for a minute. Once again, ignition problems. Is that what caused you to not be able to win this thing today, Dale?
No, I don't think ignition problems or anything. I couldn't get up to help Rusty, and really once you got nose to tail, that's all you could do. You couldn't pull up, pull out, or do nothing. So it just right along in line. Ward couldn't get to me to help me, and you know, it was just some kind of race. I look for the same thing Thursday and on Sunday, so it's not going to be good.
Except you know he wants to be in victory lane on Sunday, Ken Squire.
The Intimidator beaten by the Dominator, Rick Hendrick, today, who has his cars win both the first segment with Terry Labonte and the overall with
Shoot,
Jeff
I need
Gordon
to look
doing the
like
numbers.
who's like streaming.
Final thoughts in a moment.
Yeah. Cut off Ryan Hall, y'all. There's no new warnings other than Seymour, but still Seymour don't look good. And keep an eye on that in Texas, the county. And it's gonna liven up tonight, so keep your eye on some live streams somewhere.
Can we
I'm
talk about the 500?
cutting out after this string, after this race, and I'll be doing another one tomorrow, whatever's next, either the 125s, which I think is probably next. I was gonna say goodies, but no, that's the 125s next. They're doing the final results there. I need to kind of see who's streaming. Oh, it's the read sometimes shows.
You know, there's no better way to start.
Final results on the
I already
1997
know
Busch
what
Clash
to.
with Gordon,
Oh.
Wallace, Earnhardt, the top three out here.
Then Ward Burton in fourth. Ernie Irvin got back to fifth. Mark Martin sixth.
Taking a look back through the field.
Yeah, Dale Jarrett had a good run, but not like I know he'd like. And there's our buddy Cravens and Benson there. And,
Mayfield, Terry Labonte got nowhere in that second round, finished 11th, and Ted Musgrave back there in 12th, and rounding out the field, it was Jeff Burton on the tail end with Bobby Labonte just in front of him.
You know, we talked about Ernie Irvin getting shuffled back there at that one time. He was really coming up through the field pretty
Regular.
good
Oh,
in the car
Jay.
number 28. And
What's the
Here he is,
YouTube?
right in the center, right there is
You
Ernie
want me
Irvin's
to
car. Okay,
look
we'll move
at?
it forward and we'll watch him go
Let
forward.
me look
And he
at
moves down. Dale Jarrett moves down. Looks like they might have made a little contact right there. They did make contact. Irvin had to back off, and Jarrett went on into the banking there and maintained his position. But that back off cost Ernie several positions, but he did work his way back up then.
Yeah, he was trying to get in behind Dale's what he was trying to do, and he didn't quite have him cleared.
Oh, wow, cool. Is that you?
For the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. What surprises we had here. Surprise number one right
Oh,
here.
non-weather. Oh, I've seen someone getting in some off-road vehicle. Is that your local? I'll tab it up in my let me tab it up in my bookmarks.
I tell you, that's exciting to find two guys like that, you know, with limited experience and really struggled. And certainly Grissom has. And I tell you, Skinner's going to be a good one. I think he's going to do a great job for Childress. I don't know how they figure these guys out, how they find them, but he found him a good one.
Take a look at some of those other fast times from yesterday. The twin 125s will be on CBS. That's next Saturday afternoon after we bring you live that Grand National Gargoyle 300
I
race
think ours
right
is
here. On CBS.
probably Jacksonville, something where Blaney would be basically like
39th annual
that's
Daytona 500.
closer to what we're dealing. Daytona, if they have, I don't think they got a TV station anymore. They used to have Wesh 2,
and the guy that qualified 14th, I thought that
but
was
that
pretty
building is just standing there kind of abandoned. And then Wesh 2 comes out of Orlando and sends people out. But that's further away than Jacksonville, right up the road.
You know, did you notice when I was going around?
So I say Jacksonville.
Is this going to be your last
First something Jacksonville or whatever. Because we're just south of St. Augustine. We're pretty close to the water. We're more like
No, I've walked it.
at risk for tornadoes or hurricanes.
I think Earnhardt hit
Flooding,
the nail on the head, or hit
nah,
his head on
we're
the nail,
high
I'm not sure
enough
which,
off
but
the ground.
This race
Not a
is going to be
problem.
just like that Thursday, positions, everything.
We live in a really cool place. Like, okay, we're looking at the Speedway on the TV, and if you drew a line from Lake Lloyd's back side there up by the top of the screen across straight in that line, and as the crow flies we're about 20 miles, but we're like only like 2 miles as the crow flies off the coast. But you can't get to the coast from here because the intercoastal runs, it's like the Halifax River, so you've got to drive to bridges. So we pull out of where we live and have to drive around either to this bridge, which one bridge is a drawbridge, and that drawbridge is under construction supposedly for another week, and so that's been closed for a month. So the only way to go is around and go this way, which is like go 3 miles and go down. This will go 3 miles, go down. The other option is go down 15 miles and go up over the bridge to the water. But like I said, the crow flies, like we're like wicked close. If there was a tsunami, we're screwed. We're close enough to be screwed. Okay, this is gonna start. Okay, that's the NASCAR replay. And I'm gonna skip that one, and then it would go to the 500. But I don't want to do that because I want to do the 125s first. So I'm gonna jump ahead to that tomorrow. I'll do the 125s, at least that, I hope. And as a shout out, my best database that I use for racing information, oopsie, I shut that down, is Austin LaPlante. I don't know. Yeah, you can see it right here under the Darlington thingy. Like we just played these two. But he, on his page, I'm serious. Look up Austin LaPlante, and you're gonna go berserk. Look up his playlist. It's like every race you could imagine, and he's adding all the time. He's really got it going down. And like I got his Winston Cup, I got his Bush one, and this is another database I use. This is Mike Wallace, and what we just watched was qualifying for Daytona, February 13th, 97. They qualified 19th, finished 20th. So we'll see. That's the 125s. But it might not be enough to make the field. Anyway, I'm not sure. We will see. Let me see. Does he make the field? No, because I don't see anything after the BGN. And then Richmond, they didn't qualify, but I know there's a week in between here, I think. Rockingham. Okay, yeah, that Rockingham did not qualify. My dad left the team that week. The following week. And then he'll end up with Kenny Willis. And we'll go into that later. But yeah, man, that's how I search stuff. And, okay, that's... Okay, we might do a little of this tomorrow, too. Little Bush, the Gargoyles practice. Yeah, we might. Anyway, let me keep up. Oh, yeah, that... I'm gonna tell you what, I got... Like, Chris filled me in just before I went online and said that Penske... I mean, not Penske. RFK did a response. And the reason there was an extra shim on the spoiler was to become compliant with the first go-around through tech before they ever hit the track. So, there's a situation. So, I knew that they would, being who they are, they would wait till after the Monday morning consult, and then, you know, their consult with the team, consult with the sponsors, consult with the NASCAR, and see what was up. And they didn't jump to respond. I don't know why Penske responded so fast. That's odd. But, like I was watching in the beginning of this video, we used to test the spoilers to stay at 45 degrees, and you hang this, like, little thing on it that had 18 pounds of force. And it doesn't matter if you put it on there with Mickey Mouse holding it. It was 45 degrees with 18 pounds of force. I mean, why are they complicating it? I mean, I don't know. That's exactly what I said to my son when it first came out, is they had to have shimmed it either for something not aligning correct or something. And that is what happened. But anyway, I'm getting tired. We got an early start. It's 8:30. It's 8:30 on the East Coast in Daytona. It's even too dark to look at the ocean. But I'm going to actually, I know who to send you to. Read. Who's online? Trying to look at who I'm following first. Oh, this is like the second person I've ever talked to on iRacing. And I actually lurked iRacing for 3 years before I talked to anyone. Because I would, like, hop around to see who my son was racing with so I could watch him live from sitting here, all comfy, and not have to, like, stand behind his stream and be hovering him. So, anyway, here we go. Here we go. What do I gotta click? Oh, boink. Easy, Stelly. Okay, now what? I went the wrong way. What the hell am I doing? I have no clue what I'm doing. But I'm going to type it by hand then. Alright, okay. Where do you type it? What do you click to, like, raid somebody now? Alright. This is, like, too old school for me. Too new school for me. I think I know the old school way. God, I hope I typed this right. Nope. I'm such a dino-lang. Let's bring it up on another screen. I'm still here. I'm trying like hell. Jesus, there's a lot of people online tonight. Holy crap. Holy moly. 8:38. Okay. I see what I did. Got it. Thank you all for hanging out. I'll be putting this up on YouTube. It doesn't show no chat or nothing later. But I will, like I said, use it for reference as well for my, book stuff, which I need to stop. I mean, stop dilly-dallying. Go give my buddy a shout. He's my man. And are we there? Probably not gonna go there till I log out. Let me try to get the hell out of here. Things are weird since I was on last.